Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you for joining us. We are picking up on day 5 of Florida versus Henry Segura. And for those that have been with us through days 1 and 4, thank you for joining us for day 5. For those of you that are new to this trial, I'll do a brief recap, kind of get you up to speed. But before that, let's, who's in the chat? Oh, Dr. Bullbutter, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Dream Landry, you made it over. Thank you. Therapist, you know, big congrats to you. Only fan, hello, hello. Dream Landry, we got best. Lily Wayne, Curviel with, I love the dancing emojis. Oh, and you got 4 emojis in, you didn't get botted out. Awesome. Fala, who took the door off my corner? Nice. Abe, how has this case been so far? Sad. Brett, good to see you. Traveling Teresa, nice that you joined us. Gina Farley, cool. You have no clue? Okay, I'll go over a little bit. We can go over a little bit. Erica Hubner, awesome. One sunny day, hey, nice to see you. Oh, and Baca, you got botted out by the you got timed out by the bone bot spit. Capri Law, yay. Therapist, you know, if you want to, I'll let you handle Capri Law's question. And there you go. And I can even bring that up for, we are proud of our therapist, you know. She passed her licensing exam. She got her master's in December, graduated, and now has got her license. So, yes, I can announce it now. There you go. So, yay! So, we are very, very proud of our therapist. Therapist you know. Because now you can truly say, you are a therapist that we know. Hey, Debbie, good to see you. All right, so I'll do a recap, quick recap, not too long. So Henry Segura was a welder. He was married and had 2 kids, but he had like 5 or 6 girls on the side, and one of them was Brandi Peters. And he had several kids with all these different women, and Brandi Peters was one of them. And Brandi Peters, they both lived in Tallahassee. Brandi Peters had daughters, twin daughters. They were 6 years old, and then she had a little baby boy, JaVonte, with Henry. So Henry owed all kinds of back child support, including to Brandi. He owed about over $20,000, like 21 and change, 22, something like that. So basically $20,000 in back child support. But then a friend of his, who was in Afghanistan as a contractor, came back and said, hey, we can make 6 figures, come on and join me. So, do you want to go out? You want to go out? Hold that thought. You want to go out? So this friend of his was in Afghanistan, came back and said, we can make 6 figures, and but you have to get your visa, and your passport. Well, you can't get your visa or passport if you owe back child support. So the state's theory is that Henry went over on I think it was a Thursday night. Afternoon, he was supposed to hook up with Brandi, and then he ended up. The state's theory is Brandi struggled massively, and there was just blood all over. She got bludgeoned in the head and face, blunt force trauma. She was shot 7 times, but surprisingly enough, the gun's bullets didn't kill her because the gun that was used was a .32 caliber, and the bullets were a different kind. They were the same .32 caliber, but one could be long or short. So whoever used that gun didn't use the right ammo. So she was shot all over the place, but surprisingly, that didn't unalive her. It was the bludgeoning and basically her brain was exposed and all that, but there was just blood all over the place, right? So outside, inside, in the bathtub. So she's found in the foyer. Her daughter, one of the twins, Tamiyah, was shot in the back of the head. Taniyah and JaVonte were drowned, and all three of the kids were found in the bathtub. So that's where we stand. Now the defense. Okay, cool. We got something big shaking for tonight, so I'll tell you guys about that later. So the defense is saying Brandi was a drug mule, and she was working for these cartel or a cartel, and she had been fronted some drugs, and there was some kind of fuss with that, and we're going to hear testimony. I think today's actually day 5's testimony from Carlos Santos. Santo. I'm sorry, not sure. Sorry, mispronouncing your name. I'll get that right. He had organized this hit, and he has, I guess, confessed to that. Carlos Santos. So he organized this hit, and he confessed to it. Now this went to trial in 2017, and it was a mistrial. So this happened in 2010. He was arrested in 2011, went to trial in 2017, was a mistrial. This is his second trial. This is a retrial, and it took place in November of 2019. So that pretty much gets you guys up to speed. Let's get on it. Henry Segura, day 5, and let's get to it. Thumbnail.
Ms. Dugan brought out that testimony and asked Ms. Peters whether or not she had said that to Officer Jernigan. Showed her the report. She acknowledged she did in fact say that, and then offered the explanation. I would move that impeachment on that statement regarding Ms. Peters would be improper because it would not be impeachment at this time.
Brent. She didn't show her the report. She showed her the written statement that she made, which doesn't say the same thing as the report. The written statement says she tried to call her at 9:30 or 10 and didn't get a hold of her, whereas the police report reflects that she verbally advised the officer that she actually spoke to Ms. Peters at 10 p.m. So, and that's what she said on the stand. She said that she did not speak to her sister that night. So, same as lifetime, I want to call Officer Jernigan to impeach her testimony on that point.
I'll approve the objection. So, anything else?
There's one thing that I needed to advise. I haven't talked to Mr. Fuchs about it yet. The envelope that I admitted yesterday, I grabbed the wrong one. The message on the outside is basically the same. I grabbed the one from November 10th as opposed to the 17th. It wasn't published. My suggestion on that would be that I authenticate the correct one through Santos, and that we just swap it out before it goes to so that the jury doesn't see the wrong one, so that the correct one is in front of them.
It's true. Chief, I need to see both those envelopes real quick.
If y'all agree to it, I would just go ahead and swap them out at this point in time, but let y'all do that when we take a break.
Yes.
If there's a dispute on that, you can let me know, but I assume y'all can agree on that, and I just swap it out for the correct one.
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Who's going to be your first witness?
Officer Jernigan.
Okay. When are you going to call Santos?
Right after that.
Y'all still think we need to have him in to make sure he's going to testify outside the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just doesn't hurt to do with that. Make sure what he's doing. Mr. Prince, I want you to keep a tight rein on Mr. Santos. I don't want to have to get engaged and cut him off, but if he starts going off on rabbit trails, I assume the state's going to be objecting, and I'm going to have to involve myself. I know that he has a tendency, based upon what I've seen before, to want to go off on his own tangents. He's not here to say whatever he feels like saying. So keep a pretty tight rein on him.
Yes, sir. I have the section that the court provided to both of us as to what he's permitted to go into, highlighted, and I intended to be pretty short and to the point based on the specific things the court said to ask about.
Okay. And I didn't have Linda file that. That probably ought to be filed, because that would be what we're operating under for today. Did you communicate, Ms. Cunningham? She did a transcript for me and asked me whether to file it. I told her not to file it at this point in time, but if he's going to testify, we need to have it filed. I have a copy of it, which she probably read as the original. It's an excerpt from July 28, 2017. If that's a problem, I'll just file a copy.
It's not a problem, she'll be in at lunch. She'll be ready for transfer.
Just so it gets made part of her. All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll see you all at 9.
You want to see that? Yeah.
Remain standing for the jury.
Major, please.
Talk to the jury just a moment. Good morning. Thanks for being back here this morning. I know we kind of just roll along and don't give you too much information sometimes. Sometimes it's a little bit up in the air. Trials aren't totally predictable on scheduling and things of that nature, but I wanted to give you a little bit of update. Talked with the lawyers yesterday afternoon to kind of get a feel for it. So what we're probably looking at is finishing the testimony on Monday. Hopefully not a real long day on Monday, but whatever it takes to get everything concluded. We'll probably be through with evidence on Monday. But we won't go right into closing arguments and instructions, because that's the next thing that will happen. So we want to give the case to you as early as possible, so we're not starting late on the day. So our tentative plan would be, we would instruct you and have closing arguments on Tuesday. You know, I have to caveat all this is subject to something happening with a witness or whatever, but this is our best idea. We want to start early in the day, because once you start deliberating in a first-degree murder case, if you are not able to reach a verdict during the day, we do have to sequester you overnight. So that means you'd be taken to a hotel and kept together overnight. So if you weren't able to get a verdict on Tuesday, you'd probably be staying with us Tuesday night, and then deliberations would continue on Wednesday. So that's our best idea, just to kind of give you an idea what's going on. Of course, you're aware, we've told you that if there is a first-degree murder conviction, then we probably have another day or so proceedings after that as to the penalty phase. We would probably do that Wednesday or Thursday, depending kind of how long deliberations take. But just to give you an idea where we stand. So we are still on schedule to complete it within the 3 weeks that we told you when we started, so that's kind of where we are schedule-wise. Like I say, sometimes things don't work out exactly as we planned, but you know, we have good lawyers working on the case, and that's their best estimate. All right? We call your next witness, Mr. Prince.
All right, this time the defense will call Officer Candace Jernigan.
We have her report.
Okay.
You were previously sworn to remain under oath.
Yes, sir.
You can have a seat. Just for record purposes, state your name again, and you've been here once before.
Officer Candace Jernigan with Tallahassee Police.
Proceed, Mr. Prince.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Jernigan, you've already indicated that you responded to the crime scene at Ms. Peters' house, 908 Saddle Creek Road on November 20th, 2010, right?
Yes, sir.
And while you were there, you had a chance to make contact with the victim's sister, Monica Peters?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Monica Peters advised that she talked on the phone with her sister, Brandi Peters, the night prior, 11/19/2010, at approximately 10 p.m.?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Yes, sir.
So this is on November 20th, the day that the bodies were discovered of Brandi Peters and her children, right?
Yes.
And you said you spoke to Monica Peters that morning after their bodies were discovered?
Yes.
All right. And fair to say that Monica Peters, the sister of Brandi, the aunt to these children, was shaken up?
Definitely. Yes.
And I guess she was very emotional, to say the least?
Yes, she was.
All right, so we heard from you the other day, you were part of the group of first responders that entered the house and found these children.
Yes.
When y'all were on scene that day, were y'all giving details to friends, family who were outside the home of the fact that these children were found in the tub?
Definitely not. No.
Why not?
Because it's an ongoing criminal investigation. Even with that said, the children had not even been identified, but I wouldn't share any of that. It wasn't my place to.
So you didn't know at that point who the children were? I guess at first you didn't even know how many there were in there, and you didn't know how they died.
No.
All right, and the fact of not disclosing any details about an ongoing investigation, that's a policy for all officers in your department,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And the purpose of that is to protect the details of an investigation?
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
Is it fair to say, Officer Jernigan, that there were a lot of officers and investigators on scene that morning?
Yes. Yes.
And of course, you weren't with all of them all the time, correct?
Correct.
And while details of various offenses are not made generally available to the public during the pendency of an investigation, information about investigations of any kind will be shared with victims or family members of victims, correct?
It really depends on the situation, probably, but we would try not to, especially in that case, something so severe.
Were you involved in notifying next of kin relating to the murders?
An official notification, no, sir.
Who would have been involved in that?
It just depends on who, maybe the investigator or a victim advocate or both. Somebody sworn, at least.
And at some point, close in time to the event, though, even if you haven't made an arrest, the family's going to be notified regarding the deaths and at least some details. Is that true?
I would think they'd be notified at some point.
And provided some details at least as well.
I don't know. I don't know what they would do with this specific case and that many bodies, those many, the number of bodies and everything. I don't know how they would have addressed it with notification.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. No further
You're
questions.
welcome.
Peter, question. This would, all right, you step in. Do we need to keep your in-person?
Should we retain just?
Remain under the rule, please, could you go back to this? Next witness.
This time around, the defense will call James Carlos Santos.
2 minutes. What issue?
With Mr. Santos about his testimony.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'd forgot what we were gonna do with that. Okay. We'll just go sidebar.
Now can we approach?
We're going to, but not right this instant. No. Mr. Santos is in custody, so it takes a little bit of moving around to get the in custody witnesses here. So, be patient for a moment. Parking arrangements working out all right for everybody. We've displaced some county employees, so they'll be glad when the trial's over. I need to have him over here. So that part of it now.
He's gonna have you stand up in just a minute.
Slide a little bit more forward, if you would. The microphones are on the railing up there. Just want to make sure you're close enough to be heard. You may proceed, Mr. Prince.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Santos, can you please state and spell your first and last name?
All right, raise your right hand and be sworn, please. Okay, part you've done.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Santos, can you please state and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
Yes, sir. James Santos, JamesSantos.
Mr. Santos, did you know Brandi Peters?
You don't need to lean forward, Mr. Santos. If you just sit up nice and straight and speak clear, loud and clear, we'll pick you up fine. I just didn't need your way back from the microphone. Go ahead, Mr. Prince, I'm sorry.
Did you know Brandi Peters?
Yes, sir.
How did you know her?
I met her around 2000 or 2001.
Okay, and what was the nature of your relationship with Ms. Peters?
She transported narcotics for me.
How did she do that?
She would pick up a car in Atlanta or here in Tallahassee and drive to Texas.
How did she become involved transporting drugs for you after you met her?
After having conversations with her a couple of times, I asked her would she like to make some money. And
okay. Did you already have an existing drug trafficking organization?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Was she one of multiple people who transported illegal narcotics for you?
Yes, sir, she was.
And so where would she transport narcotics for you?
To Atlanta, here in Tallahassee, and sometimes Chicago.
Where did she get the drugs from?
Texas.
And you would go with her?
I only went maybe once on the trip with her.
Okay.
Usually somebody else went. Sometimes she went alone.
Now, at some point, you ended up going to prison, correct?
Yes, sir.
Without going into the nature of any communications you had with anybody, were you able to remain in contact with your associates and continue directing your drug trafficking organization?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
By cell phone or mail, and visits. I got visits as well.
Okay. And you would send directions to various people in all of those means?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I guess let me cut to the chase, and then I'll come back and ask some additional questions about it. At some point, did you end up directing associates of yours to kill Brandi Peters?
Yes, sir, I did.
And why was that?
She had stolen money and drugs.
Okay. Without going into the nature of any communications, how was it that you found that out?
I contacted an associate of mine, and he informed me.
Okay. Now, you were the one that had brought her into the drug trafficking organization, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I guess explain how the flow of drugs went. Where did your drugs that you were getting come from? Who did you have a supplier relationship with?
From Mexico. Well, the drugs naturally came from Colombia, and from Colombia to Mexico, and from Mexico to Texas.
Okay. On the Colombian supply side, did you have a particular point of contact?
Yes.
Who was that?
Angel.
Angel who?
Aviles.
And what was his role?
Pretty much, he dealt with the Colombians and made sure that the drugs got to Mexico. And once it got to Mexico, then my guys from Las Vegas got it from Mexico to the border, and I would get it from there. Either Laredo, Brownsville, Texas.
Okay. When you say the Zetas, you're talking about the Los Zetas Mexican drug cartel?
Yes, sir.
So they would get the drugs from Colombia and deliver the drugs to a Texas border town? And
yes.
You and your associates would get the drugs?
Jackie's leading them. Overruled.
You and your associates would get the drugs from there?
Yes.
And what did you do with the drugs once you guys got them?
I distribute them throughout the United States.
Okay. So, how did you plan to have the hit carried out once you had directed that it be done?
Well, first I had to get some people here in Tallahassee. I didn't have many guys here, so I had to bring guys from Texas and Atlanta.
Were you able to get anybody local to assist?
Yeah, well, those guys was able to get some local guys.
Okay.
They knew.
Who were the local guys?
I have no idea. I don't know their names, but
okay.
I just know they was from here.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you one of your prior letters to the court?
Yes.
My first witness, Your Honor.
Do you mind?
Just for identification, I'll call this defense 27. Read the silently to yourself, not out loud, please.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, yes.
Having had a chance to review that, who was one of the local guys that was recruited to assist?
Jit.
Who's that?
A guy named Jit.
Anybody else?
It was a couple of guys. I don't really remember all their names.
Okay. Would it again refresh your recollection if you were directed to a point in your prior letter that named him?
Yes.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
This is the same defense exhibit. Again, read it silently, not out loud.
That's the same person.
Okay.
Jit. It's the same guy.
Okay. And just for clarity's sake, what we're referring to is a letter from 2017 that you sent to the court regarding this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was this guy you referred to, Jit, what was his real name?
Paramore.
Objection, Your Honor. Right. Let's let the witness testify, not you, please, Mr. Prince.
Yes, sir.
If you don't remember, tell us you don't remember, Mr. Santos.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember or no?
Yes.
And so what's that guy's real name, if you know it?
Paramore. I called him Jit, though, and most people call him Jit, so that's why I didn't remember.
Okay. Did you, now, if you did, I don't want you to say what you guys talked about, but did you have any direct communication with him or no?
No.
Okay. How was he identified as somebody that might be willing to help you?
A friend of mine knew him.
Okay. Do you know how many people were to be involved in
Yes.
carrying out your order?
Yes.
Okay, how many people were to be involved?
7.
Okay.
What did you say?
7.
Now, you indicated just a few minutes ago that Miss Peters, you ordered Miss Peters killed because she stole drugs and money?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, since you've been back here in the Leon County Jail awaiting testimony, you've made jail phone calls, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's on a recorded line?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated in one of those calls that something to the effect of you wouldn't have had somebody killed over whatever the amount was, $90,000 or something like that.
Absolutely.
Can you explain that, or is there any reconciliation between what you're saying and what you said on the jail phone calls?
Yes. I was explaining to a young lady that I just recruited to do some work for me, and she was kind of afraid that something could happen to her, and I was like, listen, I wouldn't have nobody murdered over $90,000. Trust me, it was a lot more money than that. I spent that in strip club.
So when you said, you're referring to a conversation with this on the jail phone call?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're trying to get that person, whoever it is,
Objection, Your Honor, leading, sustained.
What was your intention in telling that person on the phone?
I was trying to get her to go to Valdosta for me.
Okay. So you're trying to put her mind at ease, essentially?
Yes.
Okay. You've made multiple inconsistent statements about your role in this case over many years now. Is that true?
Yes.
Why is that? What I mean by that is you haven't always admitted that you actually ordered the hit. It's taken a lot of time for you to come forward with that information. You've provided progressively more details over years. Why is that?
Quite a few reasons. For one, I didn't want to be charged, and for two, I wanted to make sure that it was feasible for me and my organization. At first, they didn't have a problem with the situation, but once they began to believe that it's possible that I might have been involved in her thievery, then I had to let it be known that I'm the reason why she's no longer here.
So your associates, your concern was your associates, I want to make sure I'm understanding you, believed or may have believed that you were involved in her theft?
When you bring a person in your organization, when they work for you, you're responsible for them. I vouch for her. They didn't know her other than through me, so I let them know that she was a reliable person. She was loyal and whatnot.
So why now are you willing to take the stand, admit under oath in open court that you directed these murders to take place?
Well, because I'm on an active yard in the U.S. Penitentiary, and being known as someone who stole from a cartel, and I'm on the compound with them. In fact, one of them was my roommate. So that could be very dangerous for me if I didn't.
You mentioned knowing Angel Avila a few minutes ago as well. Did you ever meet him in person?
I think twice.
Okay. Were you able to communicate with him?
Yes.
How was that?
We talked.
What language did you speak in?
English.
He's able to speak English?
Well, no, I have a friend of mine that interprets it, but yes, he understands English.
Okay. And without going into any conversations you had with Mr. Avila, what was your purpose for meeting with him?
The first time was to establish some runs coming out of Laredo.
Okay. And you said there was a second time?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that?
some money. It was an issue that had happened with some money issues that we had.
Okay. Did you ever communicate with Mr. Avila about this case?
You mean before, after it happened?
I'm sorry. Well,
Before or after it took place?
Either one. And if you did, don't tell us what you said. I'm just asking whether you communicated with him regarding these murders.
Not after it happened, no.
Okay. So let me make sure I understand you. Through some means, cell phone or letter or runner, you communicated directions to some folks to have Brandi killed. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
No further questions for witness.
Cross.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I did have one other thing. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Approach, please.
No.
Okay. I'm going to object.
Go, no, didn't look.
Yes, sir. Mr. Santos, do you recognize this envelope?
What is it marked?
Yes.
It's not yet. I'll refer to it as 16B.
Okay.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize that to be your writing?
Yes, sir.
Is this the envelope that contained a letter that you sent to Brandi Peters?
Yes, sir.
And what date did you send this envelope?
November the 17th, 2010.
Is this your writing on the other side of the envelope as well?
Yes.
So this is the envelope containing the letter that you sent to Brandi Peters, I guess what, 2 days before her murder?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I'll request to move an evidence that's been marked as 16B into evidence as defense 16B.
It'll be admitted.
No further questions for the witness.
Cross.
Mr. Santos, you said that you knew Brandi Peters.
Yes, sir.
You met her in 2000, 2001?
Yes, sir.
How old was she?
I don't recall, sir.
About how old was she?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how she was. I didn't ask her how she was.
You didn't ask her how old she was?
No, sir.
Did you look at her?
Yes.
How old did she look?
I don't recall. That's from like 2000, man. I don't remember that.
You don't really recall what she looked like?
No, I don't remember. I don't recall how old she looked. I recall what she looked like.
What she looked like?
A short, dark-skinned female.
Short, dark-skinned female is what you remember?
Yes.
What was her hair like?
I don't remember.
Okay, was she heavy set? Was she skinny? Was she...
No, she wasn't heavy set.
She was not heavy set?
No.
Okay.
Put your hand down,
Oh, I'm
please,
sorry.
Mr. Santos, when that's in front of your mouth, makes it hard to hear you.
How tall was she?
I don't remember, sir.
You don't remember how tall she was? Was she taller than you?
No.
How tall are you?
5'8".
Was she shorter than you?
I don't remember.
Don't remember how tall she was either?
No. This was a long time ago, so.
Sure, but you had this girl killed. You don't remember how old she was? You don't remember what she looked like?
No.
Not at all. This girl that ran drugs for you all these years. You don't remember what she looked like? You don't remember how tall she was?
I just told you what she looked like. She was a dark-skinned black woman.
And you met her in 2000, 2001?
Yes, sir.
You remember what it was when in 2000, 2001?
No, sir, I don't.
Don't remember? Do you remember where you met her?
Yes, our first meeting took place at a mall here in Tallahassee.
Okay. Do you remember whether it was wintertime, summertime, hot, cold?
No, if I would say around March.
Around March? Okay, March 2000?
Or 2001.
Okay. So you don't know how old she was?
No.
You don't know how tall she was?
No.
You know she was a dark-skinned black lady?
Yes.
You don't really recall whether she said she wasn't heavy set?
No.
Okay. Was she skinny?
No.
Okay.
I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
I said no, sir.
What was she?
Sir?
How would you describe her body type?
I don't know. I'm not describing her, but I mean, I don't remember like what her body type was.
You don't remember anything about her then?
No, I just know that she knew how to drive. That's all I needed.
Okay. But you don't remember anything at all about the way she looked whenever you met her?
No.
All right. When you met her, how would you describe her personality? Was she quiet?
No, definitely not quiet.
Okay, so she was talkative?
Yes, she told me that she was originally from Georgia. She had family in Georgia and whatnot. I remember that.
Okay. And then, after you met her in 2000, you maintained contact with her?
Yes.
Call her on the phone?
Sometime.
And you had other communications?
Yes.
How'd you communicate?
We met another time in Atlanta at another mall.
Okay. So you met her a second time?
Yes.
What she look like?
A black woman.
I'm sorry?
A black woman. I don't.
A black woman?
Yes. I meet with people all the time on the street, so I don't quite remember.
Yeah, but this is a girl that's running drugs for you, running up money.
She was one of maybe 100 that were doing the same thing, so I don't remember all of it, what they look like.
Okay. At some point you said you met Angel Avila.
Yes.
Where'd you meet him?
The first time we met, I want to say it was at Farley's on Buford Highway in Atlanta.
Buford Highway in Atlanta?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he look like?
Tall, skinny, Colombian.
I'm sorry?
Tall, skinny, Colombian guy.
Tall, skinny Colombian guy.
Yes.
How'd you meet him?
I met him through a friend of mine, Carlos.
I'm sorry?
I met him through a friend of mine, an associate of mine named Carlos.
Okay. And this meeting, did Carlos set it up? Was he there at this meeting?
Yes.
All right, so Carlos was there at the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. What did you and Mr. Avila talk about?
Drugs and money.
Drugs and money?
Yes.
You talk about anything else?
Yeah. We had a long night. We was in a strip club, so we talked about quite a few things.
All right, long night. Y'all went out strip clubs and stuff. Sounds fun.
Yeah.
All right, what else are y'all talking about?
Business, running stuff from Texas to Atlanta and from Atlanta to Chicago.
Okay. So y'all basically spent the entire evening talking and stuff with Mr. Avila, who was a tall, skinny Colombian guy.
Yes.
Okay. How tall?
I don't know. He's taller than me. That's all I know.
All right, you're 5'8"?
Yes.
Well, is he a lot taller? I mean, I'm taller than you. I'm 6'4". Is he taller than me?
I don't think so.
Close to me, though?
Maybe.
About 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", somewhere in there?
I don't know. I just know he's taller than me.
Skinnier than me? Most people are.
Yeah, he's probably skinnier than me.
All right. So you had, and you talked to him that first time.
Yes.
You met off Buford Highway, and then you went on to the strip club and spent the evening together.
Yes.
Said I met him the second time.
We met at the strip club, actually. We all met up at Farley's.
Oh, so Farley's is a strip club?
Yes.
Okay, what time did y'all meet up?
I don't remember. It might have been maybe 10:30.
When was this?
This was like around 2001, I want to say.
2001?
Yes, sir.
Can you remember what month, 2001?
No.
No? Remember it was, Atlanta, you're talking Buford Highway in Atlanta, right?
Yes.
Okay. You can get cold in Atlanta. Remember it was cold, hot? It gets hot in Atlanta too.
It wasn't quite cold, but what I consider to be cold, most people don't, so.
All right, you said you met him a second time.
Yes.
When was that?
I don't want to speculate the year, so I don't quite remember what year it was, but it was right before I got arrested. I got arrested in like 03, 04, so it was before that time.
So in 03, 04, you met him again?
No, it was before that.
Okay. So sometime between 2001 and 2003 when you were arrested?
Yes.
Where'd you meet him this time?
Atlanta.
Where in Atlanta?
A place called Grandma's Biscuits.
Grandma's Biscuits?
Yes, a restaurant.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it's an alright restaurant.
Alright. What'd y'all do then?
Me, him, and Carlos talked. We left there and went to Buford Highway Flea Market, where, Carlos had a business inside the flea market. He had a jewelry store and a photo lab in there, so.
Okay. You said you went over there. Was Carlos with you initially and you went over there, or did you meet up with Mr. Veal and then go meet Carlos at the flea market?
No, the three of us met at the restaurant. We left there and went to the flea market, which is right down the street. It's on the same street.
Okay. What y'all talk about then?
We talked about a money situation. We was talking about prices and cars. At the time, I was having a problem renting cars from a particular exotic rental car company because a couple of my carriers had been busted in these cars. So the guy wouldn't allow us to rent cars anymore. So we had to figure out a different avenue of transportation.
All right. And how long did y'all spend together at that time?
I don't quite remember. We left the restaurant. We was only in the restaurant maybe 30 minutes, but we spent quite a bit of time at Carlos's place. So.
Quite a bit of time, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, what are we talking about?
I don't remember. We walked around, we went to Carlos's place, we sat, watched him do business, we had a conversation.
Okay. And then at some point, do you ever meet him again?
No.
You ever talk to him again?
Yes.
When?
I was already in prison, so, this had to be, I guess right before he was deported.
Okay. And when was that?
Sometime before 09.
Okay. So sometime between 2003 and 2009, you're saying you met up with him in prison?
No, I said I spoke to him before he was deported. He was in prison as well. I was in a different prison. He was in another prison.
Okay. How'd you get hold of him?
I got a hold of somebody that put us on the conference.
All right, so at that point, you're conference calling with him?
Yes.
All right. How long did y'all talk then?
Maybe 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Yes.
That's quick. What did y'all talk about for 3 minutes?
I just needed to know something. I asked him a question, I just needed to know an answer.
Okay. What was it?
I asked him, I asked him, did he have some information that I needed?
What?
On somebody, about narcotics.
About narcotics?
Yes.
Okay. Did he give you that information?
No.
You ever talk to him again?
No.
So you talked to him 3 times total?
Yes.
Okay, 2 of them in person, 1 time on a 3-way phone call?
Yes.
All right. Spent all night with him the first time, hours with him the second time, and 3 minutes on the third time?
Yes.
All right. Brandi Peters, how often you talk to her?
Once I got to prison, quite regularly.
Okay. Did she come visit you?
No.
No? I talked to her.
She had a friend, Shakia. Shakia would come and visit me at Martin.
Okay, well, that's not talking to Ms. Peters, so.
Well, I talk to her on the phone quite often.
All right, talk to her on the phone regularly.
Yes.
And at some point you said that you and Brandi's ran afoul, I guess. She owed you money.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, when was that?
I guess this was around 08, 09 when things started to go bad.
Okay. And as a result of this, you said she owed you money?
Yes.
Okay. $90,000?
Around that area, yes.
Where do you keep this money?
What do you mean, why I keep money?
She owed you $90,000. Where would you keep $90,000? You said there's hundreds of girls that are out there that are doing these things for you on the same kind of thing that Brandi Peters was doing. You're in prison. Where are you keeping the money?
I move it around from people to people.
Moving around from people to people?
Yes.
Okay, you let other people...
And I stash money as well.
Okay.
Yes.
How do you get the money?
What do you mean how to get it? I send people to transport it just like they do narcotics. They drop a car, pick up the money and take it where I need to take it.
Okay. And you're doing all this from prison?
Yes.
Okay. So you send people and you're entrusting people to go pick up hundreds of thousands of dollars and you're stashing it?
Yes.
Where's it stashed?
Atlanta.
Where in Atlanta?
It's in Atlanta.
Where?
In a house. Quite a few houses.
Quite a few houses. So you just stick these money in these houses?
Yes.
Where are they?
Atlanta.
Atlanta's a big city. Where in Atlanta?
The Fulton County area.
I'm sorry?
The Fulton County area.
The Fulton County area?
Yes.
Where in the Fulton County area?
I mean, what do you want? Like an exact address?
Yeah.
Or something? I don't know the exact address.
Don't know the exact address with all those hundreds of thousands of dollars that are being stashed?
No.
Not a very good leader of this group if you don't know where your money's being stashed.
No. I keep good records.
Obviously not. You don't even know where it is.
I got it recorded. I got records.
I'm sorry?
I have records. I write everything down. I have a secretary.
You have a secretary?
Of course, yes, sir.
Does the, I guess you're in federal prison now, right?
Yes, sir.
Does the federal prison system supply you with a secretary?
No. No, sir. My secretary is free. I'm incarcerated.
Oh, secretary's free?
Yes.
All right. And is this secretary that you're making all these contacts with, or what?
Yes.
All right. Is it the secretary that ordered or helped you order the death of Brandi Peters?
No, sir.
No, it wasn't.
That's not part of her job.
Okay. Did you advertise the secretarial position and give duties?
No.
And hire, interview them?
No, sir. We don't advertise. I just find people that I feel that are trustworthy and reliable.
How do you find them?
Through other associates. The secretary I have now is one of my associate sisters.
One of your associate sisters?
Yes, sir.
What is this associate's name?
Carlos, the same guy that I'm always dealing with.
The guy that introduced you to Angel Villa?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's Carlos's last name?
Hernandez.
Carlos Hernandez?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's your secretary's name?
Selena.
Selena?
Yes.
What's her last name?
Hernandez.
All right, so I assume she's still single then?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you had communication and you ordered the head of Brandi Peters. How did you go about doing that?
From prison. I was in Martin County prison in Florida and state when I first found out that things was going south. I was moved to ACI and from there to Columbia.
What's ACI?
Sir?
What's ACI?
It's Apalachicola. It's not far from here. It's like maybe an hour or two from this area.
Okay.
And from there, I was sent to another prison. Once I got to that prison, Columbia, I was able to communicate more with my organization. I had a phone, so I was able to to talk more with them, and that's when they informed me of what was going on. So from there, I was sent to FSP, Florida State Prison. Once I got to Florida State Prison, I began making arrangements to try to get to Capitol Circle.
Okay, so you made arrangements then, you're able to make arrangements as to what prison you go to?
No, sir. You just have to do certain things to get to certain places.
Okay, so while you're at Florida State Prison, you made arrangements to get to the prison there off of Capitol Circle here in Tallahassee?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how'd you do that?
I threatened the governor.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, so you threatened the governor then to make sure that you could be transferred to the Florida State, from Florida State Prison to the prison there
to the federal prison.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. When did you threaten the governor?
I think I wrote the first letter maybe in 2009.
2009?
Yes. It took maybe three times before they actually, the FDLE came to the prison, saw me, interviewed me and whatnot. And about 4 months after that, the U.S. Marshals came and picked me up from the prison and transported me to Capitol Circle.
Okay, all right. And you felt that you had to get to the federal prison in order to, I guess, communicate better with your people?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you get to the prison here on Capitol Circle, and that's when you made the order, or what? Or had you been setting it up at the other prisons?
Yes, it was almost impossible to set it up the way I wanted to without having direct contact with a lot of these people. So once I got to Capitol Circle, it was easier because there's no block on the phone. You're not restricted on how many phone numbers. You can have 100 numbers on your phone in the feds, and you can call any number. So it was a lot easier. Plus, I had access to a phone once I got there. So.
Okay. So you used that phone access then to order this hit?
Well, not the jail phone, but my phone access and the mail services, yes.
All right, so you're in communication with somebody saying that I want this hit done?
Yes.
Okay. Who'd you contact in order to do it?
What do you mean? Just repeat the question again.
Who did you contact in order to do the hit for Brandi Peters?
I contacted one person, Carlos. Told him I needed to take care of this immediately.
Where was Carlos living?
In Atlanta.
So Carlos is constantly staying in Atlanta?
Yes.
Okay.
Except for taking the trips maybe, once or twice a year to Hawaii or Chicago. He was pretty much based in Atlanta.
All right. So you contacted Carlos?
Yes.
Hey, Carlos, I gotta have this girl taken out.
Yes.
Okay. You tell him who she was?
Yes.
Okay. What'd you tell him?
I told him about the girl that I hired out of Tallahassee. He knew her, so it wasn't like he didn't know who she was.
Oh, okay, so he had met Carlos. He had met Brandi.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. So you tell Carlos we're done. We got to take her out.
Yes.
All right. So what happens next?
They put together a team to carry out what I wanted done.
All right. How they pick out that team?
Well, there's quite a few ways this has to happen. There's a lot of people that had vested interest in what had taken place. She not only stole from me, but other people. So.
Okay.
All of these groups got together and decided that this had to happen, and then, I gave her an opportunity to at least give us some of the money or some of the product back before we did this, because she had been good to me while I was on the street, so I didn't want to be too hasty to just, pull the plug. But
so it's all these groups then that decide to take out Miss Peters?
Yes, all of us that work together, the Lords, the Zetas, yes.
Okay, so are you in communication with them as well?
Yes.
Okay, did you call them on your phones?
No, I had my secretary called.
What groups are we talking about here?
The Vice Lords and Los Zetas, the groups that I deal with.
Okay, the Los Zetas and the Vice Lords?
Yes.
Okay, and Los Zetas are a Mexican cartel and the Vice Lords are a organization out of Chicago, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, never lived in Chicago, have you?
Yes, sir, I have.
Oh, you have, okay.
Yeah.
Is that in between Atlanta?
Say that again?
When did you live in Chicago?
The 90s, I guess I went there like 95, 96.
95, 96, you went up to Chicago?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So is it just Carlos you're talking to, or are you talking to members of each one of these organizations in order to make this hit happen?
Well, he is a member of the Zeta, so he pretty much speaks for them. I'm a member of the Vice Lords, so I pretty much speak for Vice Lords.
Okay, so he's a Zeta and you're a Vice Lord?
Yes, I'm a board member of the Vice Lords.
A board member?
Yes, sir.
Y'all have like an entire structure?
Yes, sir.
You got CEOs?
No, you have a chairman of a board and you have board members.
Okay. How many board members you got?
35.
35 board members?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Y'all must have good retirement packages and stuff.
No.
No? Okay. Well, that seems like a lot of work then to not get any retirement packages there. All right, so y'all are in communication, you decide this hit squad needs to come forward.
Yes.
And you said how many people on that hit squad?
7.
7? Where are they from?
A couple of them was from here. Like maybe 2 or 3 of them was from Tallahassee.
2 to 3 from Tallahassee?
Yes.
Where else?
Chicago.
How many from Chicago?
The rest of them.
All right, so we're talking about 4 to 5 then from Chicago.
Yes, sir.
All right. Who are they?
The female was from Chicago.
What was her name?
And I don't remember her name.
Don't remember her name?
No, sir.
All right. So you have 1 female, these 6 males. What's their names?
Jit.
Jit?
Is one of the ones I remember.
And that was, what was his real name?
Paramore or Padmore, whatever.
I'm sorry, what was it?
Paramore or Padmore or something like that.
Padmore, Paramore, something like that?
I just call him Jit, but his name is Paramore. We don't use names in my circle. We don't go by, you know.
All right, what was the female's nickname then, if you don't use names?
I don't know her nickname.
You don't even remember her nickname?
No.
All right. So you got the female, you got Jit, who else?
Angel.
Angel's one of them?
Yes.
Okay, where was Angel coming out of? Is he local or is he from Chicago?
He was coming probably from Atlanta at the time.
All right, so let me back up then. You said there's 2 to 3 of them coming out of Tallahassee and 4 to 5 of them coming out of Chicago.
Yes.
But Angel's also coming out of Atlanta.
Yes.
So really we got somebody coming out of Atlanta as well.
Yes.
All right, so is he a 8 guy or is he part of that 7?
No, he's part of the 7.
All right, so really what we're looking at then is 2 to 3 out of Tallahassee, 3 to 4 out of Chicago, and 1 out of Atlanta?
Yes.
All right, so you got Angel in there. Who else?
The rest of these people, I don't remember them. Carlos picks the group.
Was Carlos part of it?
No.
All right. Do you know whether or not the other persons are male, female?
No, I just know it was 1 female.
You know there's 1 female?
Yes.
You know it was Jit, it was Patamore or Paramore,
Yes.
and Angel,
Yes.
Avila,
Yes.
the tall, skinny Colombian guy.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know anything about the other persons?
No.
What'd you tell them to do?
Well, I instructed them to kill her for robbing us, pretty much.
Okay. Give me any other instructions?
Yes. They were supposed to dig up her yard to see if she had any money or drugs buried, but that didn't happen.
Supposed to dig up her yard, make sure there's no money or drugs buried?
Yes.
Okay. So they must have had a brought shovel with them then, right?
I assume so.
Okay, all right. So they're digging up the yard to see if she had hidden any mud, any money or drugs in the yard.
Yes.
What else? Tell me any other orders?
No.
No, that was it?
That's pretty.
Kill her and dig up the yard?
Yes.
All right. Did you tell them when to do this?
No. I was trying to get her to come to Atlanta for Thanksgiving, but it didn't work. We had conflicting schedules. I wanted to do it in Atlanta, actually, and not in her home, but for some reason, I couldn't get her to go to Atlanta.
So you're trying to get her to go to Atlanta?
Yes. I promised her a car, Mercedes.
And she wasn't having any of it?
No.
She didn't want any association with you at all, did she?
No.
So, as a result, what? What happened?
As a result, they had to travel here to do it.
All right. So, where did they meet up?
I don't know. I'm incarcerated. I wasn't part of the team.
All right. So you did all this while you were incarcerated in federal prison?
Yes.
And you went to federal prison because you believed it was easier?
It was a lot easier.
To access people than it was in state prison?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, in your testimony that they carried out this hit on Miss Peters?
Yes.
Okay. What did they tell you afterwards?
About a day after she was murdered, the cops came to my unit and took me to the SHU.
To the what?
To the SHU, Special Housing Unit.
Okay.
I stayed there a couple of weeks. And then some detectives came and saw me.
Okay. All right. Did you ever talk to Carlos afterwards about the murder?
Yeah, months later.
All right. Mr. Santos, you have a lot of answers to a lot of questions. Got a lot of details. Isn't it true, Mr. Santos, that you've been previously diagnosed with schizophrenia and delusions of grandeur?
No, sir.
Oh, it's not?
You mean diagnosed, or have I been to see a psychiatrist?
You?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been to see some counselors in prison, yes, but I'm not diagnosed with anything.
You're not?
No.
Showing you a report from Dr. Brady Hudson, compiled on August 3rd, 2017. Read that paragraph about its conclusion.
Despite this additional...
You don't have to read out loud, leave it yourself. Isn't it true, Mr. Santos, that he diagnosed you with delusional disorder of grandiose type?
Yes, that's what he said.
And in fact, you've been previously diagnosed with schizophrenia, correct?
No, I'm not schizophrenic or delusional, whatever he said.
He also said your grandiose statements are prominent for narcissism and antisocial personality traits, correct?
Yeah, he also said that I was competent to stand trial, so I mean...
Well, those are entirely two different things.
If I...
You say you've never been diagnosed as schizophrenia?
No.
Okay. Now, Mr. Santos, that's not your original name, is it?
Yes, I used the alias Otis Jackson, Otis Milton Jackson, Silas Muhammad, Malik Johnson. I have quite a few aliases, but Santos is my name.
Okay, so you've used a number of different names.
Yes.
So
The
I
whole
know
time
one of
in
them,
Georgia, I used the name Otis Jackson.
Okay.
When I'm in Chicago, I'm Malik Johnson.
All right. And you are, I know one of those was Muhammad, and I'm certainly not saying anything, but are you a Muslim?
Yes.
Okay. Give me 1 moment.
Ken, I'm showing you the judgment of conviction certified out of the state of Nevada. Looking at page 5 again, read it yourself if you could.
Yes, sir. You do understand that this is something that I told them. That's not their conclusion. That's something that I told them.
You told them that you were schizophrenic, right?
I told them I had been in a mental health hospital, and the reason why we use this game in prison is because most of the women staff in prison works in the psych ward. So in order to get interviews from women, you go to the psych ward if you want to see a pretty girl in prison.
Your Honor, I would move the state of Nevada conviction, certified copy into evidence. This case exhibit number 152, I think we're on. Is there objection? There. Be admitted. Permission to publish, Your Honor. Right. This line we're talking about where you said that you specifically reported that you have schizophrenia and you spent time in the Georgia Mental Hospital, correct?
Yes. That never happened.
Never happened.
No. If you contact any Georgia mental hospital in the state of Georgia, they've never seen me.
And that's you from Nevada prison, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Using the name Otis Jackson?
Yes, sir.
And actually, you didn't even spell it right at one point or another. You just changed it from Otis to Otis, correct?
Yes, with the D, yes.
In fact, when you signed your name here, it says Otis Jackson, and you actually cited Otis Jackson.
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, I move Brady Hudson's report in as state's exhibit number 152B3. Is there objection? Dr. Hudson's report? No, Your Honor. Right. Will be admitted. And this is what we're talking about, where he concluded that you were in fact delusional disorder, grandiose type, and that he is prominent narcissistic and antisocial personality traits. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit more about that trip in prison there in Nevada. When you get a stopping point, Mr. Hughes, we'll probably do for a break.
I can just complete this one last thing before we start going next one, please?
Whatever works for you.
All right, thank you. You were incarcerated for that particular crime from October of 13th of 1997 until December 22nd of 2000, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Do those dates again, please.
Yes, sir. October 13th, 1997 to December 22nd of 2000.
Yes, sir.
All right. Isn't it true that during that incarceration, you contacted the Federal Bureau of Investigations and told them that you had committed a murder and were involved in the shooting of a cop in March of 2000 in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
All right. And you couldn't have because you were in prison in Nevada, right?
No, sir. I got out of prison in 2000 in February. I was on house arrest when the murder took place. You might want to check that out. I was on house arrest. I was staying at 2380 Journeyman Street, Southwest Atlanta.
You just said that you were incarcerated in Las Vegas in 1997 through December of 2000.
I went back to prison after that shooting. I was violated and sent back to prison after the police shooting. That's why it says BP by my name. That's parole violation. If you look at the photo, it says BP beside my number. That means parole violation.
You violated your probation because you went back to prison.
Exactly. I violated after the shooting.
You were interviewed by the Federal Bureau of Investigations for that out there at Nevada prison, were you not, in July
Yes, sir.
of that year?
Yes, sir.
And he ruled you out and said you did not commit that murder in Las Vegas, correct?
I don't know what
that murder in Atlanta.
I have no idea what his conclusion was, sir.
All right, you weren't arrested for it, were you?
No, sir, I was
In
not.
fact, another person was tried and convicted.
Jamil Alameen, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And once again, it seems to me like you are getting a lot
I
of
was
high
shot
profile.
that day.
I'm sorry?
I was shot, March of 2000. It happened March 17th of 2000.
Your Honor, we can take a break right now. Come back.
Okay. All right, we'll take 10 minutes. Either side, anything?
No, Your Honor.
I do. All right.
All right, so Mr. James Carlos is not disappointing us. I'm going to end the poll. Let's see what you guys think. All right. The poll being is James Santos telling the truth? 13% say yes. 58% say no. Not sure. 27% say not sure. All right, so let's go through his. Well, Officer Candace Jernigan came up, and she was state's witness number 2. She was a first responder. She was the first one in the home. And Mr. Prince asked her, did Sister Monica Peters talk to Brandi around 10? And did she tell you that? And she said yes. But then the cross came up and said, did you speak to Monica in the morning after? She said yes. Was Monica, shaken up and emotional? She said yes. She said you were part of the first group of first responders. She said yes. Did you give out details of the kids found in the tub? She said no. She said it's an ongoing investigation. Then redirect was a lot of officers were on scene and you weren't with them all the time. She said yes. Info will be shared with family members. She said we try not to in this case, but she did not notify next of kin. So then James Santos comes up, and I was really looking forward to his testimony, and so far it has not disappointed. So he says he met Brandi around 2001. He was transporting narcotics out of Texas from Atlanta, Tallahassee, and Chicago. He maintained his drug trafficking while in jail. He stole money. Brandi stole money and drugs from him. That's what started this whole thing. He described the trafficking: Colombia, Mexico, Texas. He mentions Angel Avila. He was the contact from Colombia, and he would get the drugs from Colombia to Mexico. And I'm assuming this is coke, because if it's coming out of Colombia, that's what I'm assuming. That's what it is. His guys. He says the cartel would transport them from Mexico to Texas. So Angel would get it from Colombia to Mexico. Cartel would get it from Mexico to Texas. He said he brought guys in from Atlanta and Texas to carry out the hit. This guy named Jet, whose last name also was Paramore. They talk about a 2017 letter, but it doesn't really go anywhere. Then he says 7 people were involved. And then he talks about this jail call to this young lady that she was very afraid, and he was trying to put her mind at ease. And he says, I would never unalive somebody for $90,000. He says it needed to be more. And then the state's like, well, you've added more details over the years. And he says, yeah, well, he didn't want to get charged. Then he says the organization was okay with that. He says he vouched for Brandi, so he had to be the one to take care of it, if you will. He says in an active yard in U.S. penitentiary, it would be very dangerous if he didn't make this right. So he spoke to Avila twice. Let's see. He didn't speak about the incident. He communicated with some folks to have Brandi. Oh, did you communicate with some folks to have Brandi deleted? He said yes. And then he said November 17th, 2010, he sent a letter to Brandi. So, do you guys believe him? We'll continue on. Cross. So far, I believed him. At this point, I'm like, no reason to not believe him. Then the cross came up. And let me find, I forget the prosecutor's name. Mr. Fuchs, Mr. John Fuchs was going to have none of Mr. Santos's malarkey here. So he's like, describe Brandi. He said, short, dark-skinned female. He doesn't remember what Brandi looked like or how old she was. He says, where did you guys meet? We met at a mall in Tallahassee. Do you know when? Not sure. Was it cold? Was it warm? He says, well, he thinks it was around March. What was her body type? He says, I don't remember. She's like 100, one of 100 women that I work with, so I don't remember what she looks like. I'm like, all right, fair enough. But he does remember that she was talkative and definitely not quiet. Then he goes on and he talks about meeting Avila. They talked about drugs, talked about prison. He just kind of talked about conference call. And then I guess Brandi did owe him $90,000. Okay, where would you keep the money? If you have hundreds of people moving $90,000 around, where did you keep it? Well, people would transport the money, same as the drugs. So you're entrusting hundreds of people to travel around with hundreds of thousands of dollars. He's a trusting guy. So where in Atlanta? Where's this house? He's like, I'm not, you want the address? He's like, yes. He's like, I don't have the exact address. I have a secretary. So apparently he has a secretary. I have no doubt that you can order all kinds of things in prison. I get that. I don't think that just because you go to prison, you give up. I mean, I think a lot happens. A lot of things happen while in prison. I'm not saying no to that. But then he threatened the governor. It took him 3 times before the U.S. Marshals came in and transported him to another prison. Here's where it kind of started to fall apart for me. I'm like, you're not gonna threaten the governor. You can write all the letters you want. They're not gonna abide to you. They're not gonna say, oh, okay, I guess we should move you. I don't think it happens that way. So he put together a team. So Brandi didn't steal from just James Santos. She stole from this whole other group, the Vice Lords and the Los Zetas, who's the Mexican cartel. Vice Lords are out of Chicago. He's apparently a board member. There's 35 board members. So there were 7 people on this hit squad, 2 or 3 from Tallahassee, the rest from Chicago. There was a female, but then Jet was from Atlanta. He instructed them to delete Brandi for robbing us. They were supposed to dig up the yard to see if there was money or drugs buried. He wanted to do it in Atlanta, but there was a conflict of schedules. Again, you're going to let that get in the way? It's a lot easier to access people in federal prison than it is in state. He previously was, and then here's the mic drop. So he's been previously diagnosed with delusions of grandeur and schizophrenia. He uses quite a few aliases: Otis Jackson, Malik Johnson. In order to get an interview, he said that he has schizophrenia. So in order to get an interview with pretty girls in prison, you go to the psych ward. So he told them that he was schizophrenic. Then he talks about this. He was in Nevada prison from October 97 to December 2000. He was involved in an officer shooting, but he apparently was on house arrest. So anyway, his story is kind of falling apart. So was the yard dug up? It was not. Yard was not dug up. Therapist, it was not. Discuss profit sharing in 401k. Kathy Swan, this is the defense's star witness. His name's James Santos. He goes by several names. We think his real name is Otis Jackson. He's been arrested multiple times. He now apparently has been diagnosed with schizophrenia, narcissism, delusions of grandeur. He is the state's star witness, and he is saying that he ordered a hit on Brandi because she was a mule running drugs for him, and she stole money and drugs from him and several other people. So I think his given name is, I'll go with Otis Jackson, because that was on his mugshot. I'm going to go with that. I'll go with Otis Jackson. Widespread Panic says being supposed to dig up the yard without a dug up yard tells me he's lying. Yeah. Well, he said they didn't have time, or they were supposed to, but they didn't have time. Can you imagine if just random people start digging up a yard and this people are, it's a close-knit community. People are like right there on top of, like right next door. Yeah, defense star witness. I don't think it's prosecution. Oh, it is. Yeah, now it's turning out to be prosecution star witness. Yeah. Kathy Swan, did police find all victims? Yes. And that would be Brandi and her 3 kids. If that's what you mean, then yes. Widespread panic. It's so hard for a person outside of prison to grasp the mindset of a prisoner. OnlyFans says, I'm sure he knows the inner workings and all that. Mandy Strong, he's in federal prison under the name James Santos, and he did 10 years in Florida State Prison as James Santos. Okay. Did he bury the victims? No, they were found. Brandi was found in her foyer, just bludgeoned and all kinds of nastiness, and her 3 children were found in the bathtub. He is saying Santos is saying he ordered this hit, and that a couple other people carried it out. That's the defense's theory. So, how could he be in prison under a false name? Traveling Teresa, I guess because of my personal experience in both drug world and inmate world, I'm skewed as to his testimony. You believed him. Okay. Ken Rosenberg, this is like a dream cross. Prosecution has to be having a blast. You can hear it in his voice. You can definitely hear it in his voice. So let me go back to... wait, hold on. Sorry. Traveling Teresa, do you think that he's name dropping left and right? Do you think that they're cool with that? Do you think the cartel is cool with that? Do you think the vice lords are cool with that? Do you think they're okay with being outed in a public forum for the whole world to see? And I ask that naively because I don't know. I personally would think no, but you tell me. Is that the way they run their operation, where they just have this guy who's a board member, card-carrying board member, just going on and on a witness stand? I'd like to know what your opinion is on that. Widespread panic. So has Santos testified as to who was supposed to have carried out the supposed hit? He is now. He is now. All right, we ready for Erica Hubner? I doubt they're okay with being outed, in my opinion. That's what I would think. That's what I would think. Lily Wayne, 7 other people knew about hit. Does that answer how one person offed 4, maybe more than one at hit? Yes, that's what we're thinking as well, that there had to be at least 2, if not 3 people, because you've got 2 6-year-old girls who are not just going to be sitting there. They're going to be fighting, scratching, biting, screaming, yelling. 3-year-old, he's probably not going to do much. Unfortunately, he's just, he'll be too afraid to really do anything. Brandi clearly fought like you would expect to be fought. She put up quite a struggle. There was blood everywhere, in the bathtub, outside, in the foyer. Yes, 5 footprints around her body. Ken Rosenberg, 6 people in this conspiracy, but only he's talking. Yeah, did they bring these other people in for questioning? I'm sure they did. Traveling Teresa, oh heck no, but if he's being used as informant, he would have to. I'm just wondering if he's going into witness protection when released. But I've seen enough movies, right? You don't have to, you can be offed in a prison just as quickly as you can be out on the streets. So if not more, because they know where you are. If you're on the streets, you can hide, you can run. If you're in prison, they know where you are. You get shanked in the shower, right? Isn't that the way it works? I've watched enough movies, such as it is. Yes, Baka 3, Mama Bear. She definitely fought. Big time Mama Bear. Yeah. All right, let's get back to his testimony because he's very interesting. All right, let's get back to Mr. Santos's. Yeah, you can't run and hide in prison. Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay, cool. Just email. Cool, thank you, Mandy. I'll check that out. Brat says, if the authorities don't believe a word of this, why would they give him witness protection to tell what they believe are lies? Yeah, they wouldn't. And how long is he, Mandy, how long is he in prison for? Let me know how long he's been in prison, or how long he is to remain in prison. If he's a drug trafficker, he's going to be in for, I would think, a while. All right, let us go on to his testimony, part 2. Sorry. Watch your ears coming in hot, guys. Watch your headphones. Watch your ears. It's gonna come in hot. Audio alert. So watch your ears.
Court's back in session. Have a jury, please. Stay standing for the jury. You may proceed, Mr. Chief.
Thank you. Mr. Santos, we were talking earlier about the murder you confessed to when you were incarcerated in Nevada. Isn't it true you've also confessed to 2 other murders in which there was never a dead body associated with them?
Refresh my memory, I don't recall what you
I think one of them's in Miami, another one's in Kentucky.
Oh, yeah, you sent some investigators to see me. I didn't really want to talk to them.
Okay.
I don't talk to the state. I'm on an active compound. We're not allowed to talk to state investigators or state prosecutors or any of that.
You're not?
No.
You don't want to talk to state prosecutors, state investigators?
No, sir.
Okay. Certainly write plenty of letters to the court.
Yes, to the judge and to the defense, but not to the state.
Yeah. And in that you confessed to 2 murders, one in Miami, one in Kentucky, in which there were no dead persons by those names.
You mean in a letter?
No.
Oh.
You told investigators about...
Oh, yeah, I didn't want to talk to the guy. I told him that before we even had the conversation.
So who was it you told about these murders?
Some investigator you sent. I just remember he was a white guy with black hair.
Okay. So you did talk to a state investigator, and you told him about these 2 murders that there was never a dead body about, correct?
Yes, I told him I didn't want anything to do with him, and he kept wanting to talk, so.
Let's talk a little bit about your incarceration.
Yes, sir. Which one?
You were incarcerated from 1991 to 1994, and again from 1995 to 1996 in Georgia, correct?
From 95 to 96?
From 1991 to 1994.
Yes.
And then again from 95 to 96.
No.
No?
No. What's that for? What is it?
Violation there in Georgia for robbery?
No.
No?
I completed the sentence on the robbery charge.
Okay.
I discharged that sentence.
All right. And then in 1997, you were actually sentenced to another 12 months probation, and again in Sueur County, correct?
Yes.
Then in Las Vegas, Nevada, you were sentenced to, in 1998, you were sentenced to 54 months in Department of Correction. That's the one we've already talked about.
Yes.
You arrested again in Georgia, in which you spent almost 7 months in 2002.
No, I don't recall that.
And you're actually that Georgia arrest in Gwinnett County. Remember that one, arrested in 2001?
No.
Don't remember that one?
No, sir.
Okay. Miami, 2006, sentenced to 5 years in prison.
Yes, I caught that case in '03.
Right, okay. And then you had another case in '04 that was the same thing, sentenced in '06 for 12 years in prison.
Yes, sir.
All right. And total incarceration for Florida is 2003 you were incarcerated, 2004, and then 2004 to 2016, correct?
Yes, and I went from state to federal prison. I haven't been out yet.
Okay, and in 2010 you went to federal prison, correct?
Yes.
And that's 10 years.
Yes.
Not a single one of those for drugs, were they?
No.
All your convictions are for thefts and crimes of dishonesty, are they not?
Not all of them, but yeah, the majority of them are for robbery and things of that nature. The case in Miami, however, was I went to go and collect some money from a guy at a hotel that owed me money, and things got nasty. I ended up robbing him, and the lady at the hotel attempted to call the police, so I robbed her.
Not a single one for narcotics, right?
No. Well, yeah, in '89, yeah, I had a drug charge.
And Mr. Santos, isn't it also true that at some point you claimed to be from Nigeria?
No.
No, it's not?
No.
Isn't it true you've also said to the United States Marshal Service that sometimes you hear voices speaking to you?
To the marshals?
Yeah. Or any other person as far as federal custody?
No.
Mayor Fortune? Place of birth. What does it say?
Nigeria.
Nigeria, right?
Yes.
All right, so you told somebody from Nigeria, right?
No.
No, you didn't tell them that?
No.
All right. Medical conditions, what does it say?
Chest pains.
Please, witness in the jury, I'm afraid they're not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
To hear what's going on.
I'm sorry.
Chest pains, fainting, dizziness.
What's the next line say?
Claims to sometime hear voices speaking to him.
All right. You're saying you never told anybody that?
No, I'm saying that came from my state record.
So you did tell somebody that, and it just came from your state record?
Yeah, that came from the transcripts from Nevada. If you look at my PSI in the feds, everything that they have is a carbon copy of what they have in Vegas. A bunch of crap, a bunch of stuff.
So you have told people that you hear voices?
Yeah, a long time ago in Las Vegas, you said the U.S. Marshals. I told the U.S. Marshals that. I never told the U.S. Marshals that.
My mistake. But you told people that you hear voices?
Yes.
Okay.
In Vegas, Nevada, yeah.
All right. And at some point you told somebody your place of birth was Nigeria?
Never said that.
Never said that?
No, but I use so many different identities, however, like Silas Selassie, that guy is actually from Nigeria, so maybe they assume that I was him.
Okay.
You know, when I got busted in Miami, I had his driver's license.
All right, so you use the identity
Of 1,000 different people. Silas Selassie, Malik Johnson, Otis Jackson, I've used quite a few different.
And that person is Nigerian?
Yes.
So you're representing yourself to be Nigerian?
No, sir. I represented myself just to be this guy so I could use his driver's license. That's all.
Okay. Your Honor, this time my name is State Exhibit number 154. And the evidence, please.
Sir, objection? No, that's fine.
All right, it'll be admitted.
This is where it says place of birth is Nigerian, correct?
Yes.
And it says your name, correct?
Yes.
Not Silas, what was the other guy's name?
Silas Selassie.
Doesn't say Silas Selassie, does it?
No.
No. In fact, you previously told people that you have associates in Nigeria as well, correct?
Well, I do, yes.
Okay. You have associates in Nigeria?
Of course, yeah. One of them is the guy whose driver's license I've used.
Are any of your associates the ones that contact me and tell me they may loan me some money through an email?
I don't know about that, but yeah, it's possible.
Okay, it's possible?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Back in 2010, 2011, you were contacted by law enforcement about this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told Investigator Bossio that you did not have Randy killed, that you actually met her through Kalo Green, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that you were actually surprised she had been murdered. Well, you told law enforcement officer Investigator Bossio,
Yes,
right?
sir. That is correct.
All right. And she was actually going to marry you, is what you told Investigator Bossio back in 2010, 2011.
Yeah, I don't recall that.
You don't recall that?
No, sir.
Okay. And she was actually going to travel to Atlanta to get a new car for you. So I think you told us that.
That's the truth. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you recall, back in October 18th of 2012, do you know someone by the name of Leon?
I know quite a few Leons.
Okay. Do you know somebody by the name of Leon that is associated with your vice lords, your Zetas, or something along those lines that is relevant?
Like I said, I know quite a few of them, yes.
All right.
One of them whose name I might have brought up some years ago.
All right. Who would that be?
His friend, associate of mine. He was in prison.
He's in prison?
He was in prison at the time.
No, at the time of what?
At the time that I brought his name up.
Okay. Who is he?
He's a vice lord.
All right. What does he do for the vice lords?
Quite a few things. Whatever needs done.
Like what?
He collects money if some money needs to be collected. Distributes narcotics if it needs to be distributed. That thing.
I'm sorry?
He collects money if money needs to be collected or if narcotics need to be distributed, that sort of thing.
So he's kind of a money collector, narcotics guy for you?
Yes.
All right. He's one of those guys that works for you?
No, he don't work for me. He works for the organization.
He works for who?
He works for the organization. He doesn't work personally.
But I thought you were on the board of directors for this organization.
I am, sir.
So he works for you?
Yeah, I'm just one member. I'm just one board member, though. It's 34 other ones.
All right. So he works for you and 34 others?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Isn't it true that at one point you told law enforcement that Leon was actually the hitman that did the killing?
Yes.
You did tell law enforcement that?
Yes, sir.
Didn't tell us that, did you? Earlier?
No.
In fact, you only remember a female you didn't know the name of.
Yes.
Jit, who you confuse his real name.
Yes.
And Angel are the only people you knew of.
Because Leon...
Didn't know anybody else, did
Leon
you?
was not a part of the hit squad, sir.
He wasn't?
No.
All right, but you told law enforcement back in October 18, 2012 that he was, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
All right.
He was in prison at that time. I was trying to keep from having to take the responsibility of this case myself. I thought maybe that I could kind of like, if I could, work things out with my organization so that I wouldn't, be stuck with the burden of this whole situation. It turns out, though, that it didn't work out in my favor.
I understand these stories are kind of hard to keep track of. I get that.
Well, not necessarily.
All right. Isn't it true in... Let me get my date real quick. Make sure I get the right date. In a hearing, March 2014, you said that you didn't know anything about the murder and you don't know who did it or who ordered it.
In what hearing, sir?
I'm sorry?
You said a hearing?
Yeah.
In what hearing? I don't recall.
And the hearing in court in Tallahassee, Florida, March 3rd, 2014, in front of Jackie Fulford. Didn't you say that you didn't know anything about the murder, didn't know who did it, who ordered it?
If I recall, it was in front of Ms. Fulford that I mentioned Smith.
Commissioner who?
Leon Smith. It was in front of that same judge that I mentioned him, so if I didn't know who did it, I certainly wouldn't have said, hey, this guy did it, and then come back and say, I don't know who did it.
It actually was in a phone conversation in 2012 with a law enforcement officer in October that you mentioned Leon. You didn't mention that at all in that hearing. It's hard to keep those stories straight, isn't it?
No, I did mention his name in here, sir.
One moment.
Page 60 for record purposes, lines 2 through 14 is what we're looking at. Read that to yourself, please. Mr. Santa, isn't it true on that day that you told them that you knew nothing about this particular case?
Yes, I've made that statement twice, probably.
Okay.
And in fact, you went on to tell them that you don't have anybody killed.
Sir?
You went on to tell them that you didn't have anybody killed.
Of course, I've been saying that since the situation happened.
No, you haven't, because you're here today.
Well, yes, I said since the situation happened, I was saying that, and then after I started having problems with my organization, then things changed, however.
And you told us earlier your secretary's name was what?
Selena.
Selena, what?
Hernandez.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Isn't it true you previously told the court?
Selena Alderman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Different name there.
It's the same woman. She was married, she got a divorce, she's back Hernandez, same lady.
Oh, okay. Figured you'd have an answer for that one.
What was the last name?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
What was the last name you said?
Alderman? You said earlier that Miss Alderman, Mrs. Hernandez, is doing it because she's a sister of one of your associates, Carlos?
Yes.
All right. And she's doing it out of the goodness of her heart? Or
No, she gets paid.
How much she get paid?
When she first started, it was like $500-600 a week. I don't know what it is now.
All right. Any idea?
Maybe $1,000 a week now.
Maybe $1,000 a week?
She's not just my secretary. She's a secretary for quite a few of us that's incarcerated. So.
Man, she busy lady.
Yeah. She circumvents mail, make phone calls, types letters, things of that nature.
Mr. Santos, didn't you say earlier in this testimony that she actually was working for free?
Sir?
Didn't you say earlier in this testimony here today that she was working for free?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Okay.
Nobody actually works for free, I would hope.
Back in June 2015, you were interviewed, and you were showing a picture, and you actually told law enforcement you didn't know anybody named Angel. Didn't you?
No, they showed me a phone with a picture on it. I couldn't even make out what was on it, and I wasn't going to hold his phone and try to look at his phone, so.
Didn't you tell them that you didn't know anybody from an Angel, but you knew a Quiones that traffics drugs from Atlanta to Mexico?
Yes.
Okay. Didn't know Angel. What you told them?
No, I think you got it confused. I didn't know his last name, Quiones. I knew Angel. They asked me if I knew Quiones, and I told them.
Page 83.
No. I know quite a few Angels, though.
It's gonna be item number, no, I'm sorry. 7. Start here at 82 and go on to 83, if you can read that to yourself, please.
That's the name that was throwing me off.
Wait a minute, if you're gonna speak up loud.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Court reporter can get it.
The name that confused me was the Avila part. I didn't know him by that.
You told law enforcement, I don't know an Angel.
Yes.
You told them that you did not know an Angel. That you said you knew a Quiones,
Yes.
but not an Angel.
Yes.
All right. And they actually showed you a photograph of Angel Avila, correct?
On the phone, yes.
And you couldn't identify him then either,
I
could you?
couldn't see the phone. I couldn't see the picture.
But today you say that you know Angel Avila, correct?
Yes, I know. Yes, I know Angel.
He's the, hold on, let me sure I get it right. Tall, skinny Colombian, I think is what you called him?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Tall, skinny Colombian?
Yes, sir.
You said earlier today that you first met Mr. Avila when?
I want to say between 2000, 2001, somewhere around.
2000, 2001?
Yes.
All right. Isn't it true back in January 2016 that you got introduced, that you told investigators or signed a sworn statement or received a sworn statement that you were introduced to Angel Avila in 1990s?
Yes, that's possible.
Yeah, it's hard to keep those stories straight, I understand, sir.
Yeah. 1990, you said?
Yeah, in the 90s.
And in 1990, sir, I was in prison.
I understand you were in prison in 2000, some other times when you're claiming things happened too.
No, I was out of prison in 2000 and 2001, sir.
But I'm asking you, didn't you tell, involved in a sworn statement, and said that you were introduced to him in 1990s?
In the 90s, yes.
Yeah, in the 90s.
Yeah, because I assumed that it was between 99 and 2000 that we met.
Well, you told us earlier it was 2000, 2001.
Exactly.
Because in 1999, you were actually incarcerated, weren't you? So you couldn't have met him.
No, I wasn't incarcerated in 99, sir.
You weren't?
No.
Okay. Thought we already talked about that in Vegas. February 2016. Again, you actually said at that time that you met Angel in Texas in the late 90s. Right?
Yes, between 99 and 2000.
In Texas.
That's what I mean by late.
Sure.
90s, yes.
But you said you met him in Texas.
Yes.
Texas is a long way from a strip club in Atlanta.
Atlanta, yes. I'm back and forth so much from Texas to Atlanta is...
Oh, sure, that gets confusing, I understand.
Yeah.
But that strip club, you told us earlier, you spent all night with him there at that strip club in Atlanta.
Not quite all night.
You even told us it was off of Buford Highway.
It's on Buford Highway.
Yeah, you knew exactly. Told us the name. What was the name again?
Follies.
All right, that ain't in Texas, is it?
No, it's not.
It's not what you told told the law enforcement back in 2016, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. August 2nd, 2017. Testimony in court. Said you met Avila in the 1990s.
Yes. When I say 90s, I mean from 99 to 2000.
And you told us then that also that you had done dealings with him, and you also knew him in 2012, 2014. Correct?
Yes.
In 2017, at that point, you start saying that you ordered the murders, correct?
Yes, sir.
2018 again, you start saying you ordered the murders.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 2018 again, told Hankinson that Judge Hankinson sent a letter to him saying you ordered the murders, correct?
Yes, sir.
2019, this phone call we've already talked about, said you wouldn't hurt anybody for $90,000, would you?
No,
So you told Miss Little.
that's right.
Mm-hmm. Back in 2014, March 2014, you actually, in front of that hearing, Judge Fulford, you said she only owed like $80,000, correct?
Yes, I was off a lot. Like I'm off now a lot. It's a lot more than $90,000.
We can agree with that. You are off a lot more today. Mr. Santos, isn't it true that in this particular case you heard about the homicides?
No, sir, that's not true.
You hear about the homicides, and then you see publicity involving someone by the name of Angel Avila, and you decided at that point you were going to admit that you had involvement in this, and you sent Angel Avila in there to kill her, right?
No, sir.
First time you ever heard that name was watching the internet, right?
Watching the internet?
Yeah.
We don't have internet in the Fed, sir.
Really?
No, sir.
Didn't you already tell us you communicated through emails and mail?
Yes, sir.
Kind of hard to do email without internet, isn't it?
No, sir. In the Feds, you have true core links. That's all you have access to. You don't have access to the email.
Mr. Santos, earlier you told us today that you met Miss Brandi. Couldn't say what she looked like. Couldn't say how tall she was. Couldn't say how large she was. Couldn't say anything to a dark-skinned black female. You said you met her in the mall, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Isn't it true back in 2015, during an interview you said you met her at Wendy's?
I didn't hear you.
At Wendy's.
Yes, we met in Wendy's parking lot and went to Governor Square Mall.
Oh, so now we've gone from, we didn't meet her at the mall, we met her at Wendy's and then went to the mall.
Yes, we went from Wendy's parking lot to Governor Square Mall.
It seems to me, Mr. Santos, that you're adopting your story and what you're telling this jury to fit the facts as they're presented to you to try and answer every question you can.
No, sir.
Much like whenever you admitted first time for these murders and said that Angel Avila was involved in these murders after you saw that there was a court proceeding having to do with the name of Angel Avila, correct?
No, sir, I never actually saw a court proceeding, sir. You must understand that when these murders took place, I was placed in confinement, which means I had no access to my my email
and
or the newspaper.
And then in August of 2017, there was another court proceeding, was there not?
2017?
August 2017.
Yes, sir.
Early August 2017.
Yes, sir.
At which time there was another name that came forward, Mr. Paramore, the person you called Jit, right?
Yes, sir.
And then it wasn't until after that, in August 17th, that all of a sudden you wrote a letter to Judge Hankton saying that Paramore was the person that one of the persons that you ordered to kill.
No, that's not entirely true.
That's not?
No. I pled the fifth before Paramore even came to court, sir. The reason
But you
why...
never mentioned the name, Demario Paramore, in fact you can't even remember his name now, until you wrote that letter after the court proceeding in which Mr. Paramore's name came up during court, correct?
I don't recall when I actually wrote the letter, but I do recall that when he became a part of this court proceeding, I pled the fifth, thinking that he may implement me and my organization more. I don't want to use his name.
And you're saying you weren't keeping up with the internet or any articles that are coming out about this case?
No, not from prison. No, my prison is based in Virginia.
Sure about that?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true after that court proceeding in August of 2017, you actually wrote a letter to correspondent Carl Edders from the Tallahassee Democrat because he was over here reporting it?
Yeah, I've written him quite a few times.
Yeah, because he's the one that's reporting this particular case and where you got it from the reports, correct?
Yes, he's never written me back, but I've written him quite a few times through. I sent him an email once, and another time I sent him a letter.
Sent him that email, didn't you?
Yes. I had somebody else to send him an email, though. I didn't.
You knew he was the one covering the court proceedings, right?
No, he wrote something about me in a newspaper before I left this jail, before I left Tallahassee, before I got to the prison, and I had my secretary to forward an email to him. In Virginia, we don't get Tallahassee news, unfortunately, so I don't know anything about what's going on in this.
Mr. Santos, you've been diagnosed, we've already been over this, delusional, grandiose, narcissistic, schizophrenic, hear voices in your head, confessing to murders that didn't occur, confessing to murders you couldn't have done, now confessing to another murder you had no involvement in. Isn't that true?
No, sir, it's not.
And you say your person that you had contact with is named Carlos.
Yes, sir.
You introduce your name here today as James Santos, correct?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true your middle name is Carlos? You are Carlos, are you not?
You mean Carlos Hernandez or not? No, I'm Carlos Santos.
I have no further questions.
Redirect. Here we go, John. Yeah. Buddy, be seated.
This is Chris. Thank you, Your Honor. So my first request is to be able to redirect.
Put that microphone up where.
My first request is to be able to redirect Mr. Santos regarding his frequent communications with Ms. Peters via U.S. mail leading up to the murders, and to introduce those letters as evidence of their relationship. After introducing those letters, I would like to ask Mr. Santos not to go through them in great detail and explain every little thing, but to generally explain what he was trying to accomplish with those letters. Similarly, I'd like to have him explain that he was in contact with Ms. Peters through that Michael Johnson Core Links account while he was at FDC, and to introduce those emails as well. They were previously introduced in the July 27, 2017 hearing again, to corroborate the existence of his relationship with Ms. Peters. There's a second report from Dr. Hudson as well. Or do you want me to just stay on this issue first, Your Honor? Or
No, let's cover them all.
The next thing I was going to ask about is I wanted to admit the other report from Dr. Hudson, which is dated August 1st as well, wherein
August 3rd.
August 1st, 2017.
So it predates or postdates the other report.
What date was yours?
All right.
I think they were both dated August 1st, I think.
What do we do?
Did you put it on?
What?
What do we do? August 3rd, 2017 is the one that I introduced, Your Honor.
So this is August 1st, 2017. The conclusion and recommendation, Mr. Santos demonstrated a factual and rational appreciation of the legal process, and there was no evidence of mental illness or intellectual deficit that would interfere with his capacity to provide meaningful and relevant testimony. Going on,
Okay, just, let's kind of make a list here, all right? What's next?
all right. Mr. Fuchs dealt with one of the things I was going to ask about, which was the prior consistent statement, prior inconsistent statement, so those are fine. I suppose this isn't particularly relevant now, but I'll at least raise the issue regarding Whitfield, who testified, proffered testimony at the motion hearing halfway through the last trial. Mr. Whitfield testified to an out-of-court admission regarding the murders that took place in like 2011, 2012, shortly after the murders took place. Mr. Whitfield is not available to testify. He is in Leon County Jail, but my understanding is he's been deemed incompetent at this point.
That doesn't have anything to do with Mr. Santos.
I'm sorry?
That doesn't have anything to do with, let's deal with issues that deal with Mr. Santos at this point.
I guess the only three issues then pertinent to Mr. Santos, are the letters that he sent to Ms. Peters, the emails, and then the other report of Dr. Hudson.
All right, well, let's deal with, the Hudson report, does the state object to the other report coming in?
Mayor.
We'll admit that is defense exhibit. What would it be?
It will be
Carolyn? What's the next
28.
defense exhibit? 28?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll admit that. How many letters are you talking about?
There was 5 envelopes, Your Honor. These were all a part of State's Exhibit 98 in the last trial. So far, only the envelope from November 17th.
Well, let me have what it is you're wanting to offer.
Yes, sir. You want me to bring it to you?
Yeah.
Mayor President?
No.
If we can get clarification, are you trying to put the letters in, or are we trying to put the envelope?
Well, that's what I was just trying to get clear. I wanted to see what he was handing me.
I was asking for both, Your Honor. Both of them were part of the exhibit last time.
Now, what's the significance of the letters?
They demonstrate the existence of the relationship between Mr. Santos and Ms. Peters and his efforts to get her to pay back the debt. As we discussed previously, most of those letters are incomprehensible ramblings that you have to have an understanding of what code he's using to decipher.
Which one has discussion about paying the debt back? It's not in that one.
I don't think it's stated explicitly at all. Just like with the email.
Well, what is implicitly stated?
I can't tell the court that right off the top of my head.
Or what's the state's position?
Your Honor, I'd like an opportunity to review those letters before
And I think I'm going to need a little more information, Mr. Prince. I mean, if there's something in there where he's discussing her paying back a drug debt, I certainly would consider putting that in evidence, but you're gonna need to point that to him. I mean, these are
Yes, sir.
very fine print, seem to be fairly rambling, nonsense, most of what I've looked at so far. I'll give you a few minutes to find that.
Yes, sir.
I'll let y'all go over them. All right, what are the emails you're talking about?
The emails essentially do the same thing. He's talking about $50,000 in cash for a vehicle. He previously went through these emails at the July 27, 2017 hearing and explained what the code meant and how he was trying to get to go to Atlanta, her to go to Atlanta. These emails corroborate that and also further demonstrate the existence of the relationship between him and Ms. Peters.
What's the state's position on the emails?
I'm not clear on what the understanding is. It's my understanding, if I'm not mistaken, he's saying the emails say one thing, but they actually say something else, and I don't think that that's admissible because it doesn't make sense. And the probative, so how would it?
Right.
Well, my position, Your Honor, is the state's asserted he doesn't know Brandi Peters.
Right, and I would say that the fact that he's communicating with her, I believe, is relevant.
Yes, sir.
The substance of what he's saying is not necessarily relevant. Unless there is some specific discussion about what he's said here about drug debt, I could imagine that would be relevant, but you're gonna have to point that to me.
He doesn't say anything about a drug debt in any of these emails. What he's talking about is, his testimony previously was that the language he's using here, talking about different vehicles, cash for vehicles.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Can we remove Mr. Santos from this? Given Mr. Santos is...
Yeah, let's
Thank you. Mr. Santos' testimony at that hearing, to my recollection, was that he was using these references to paying for vehicles as code for, you need to pay back your debt. There's also a discussion here, I'd have to find it, but he's trying to get her to go to Atlanta. He's referring to something in Atlanta. I'll find that as well, which is consistent with what he said before. And I would again assert that her response is relevant as well, indicating that she doesn't, she's not comfortable with this guy that Mr. Santos is trying to send her to meet. She indicates that she has concern for the exact quote is, "My life means a lot to me as well as my 3 kids." Further indicating that not only does Ms. Peters have a relationship with Mr. Santos, but that she's aware of the impending danger to herself as a result of that relationship.
talk about the emails, Mr. Fuchs.
Your Honor, I think that that's what Mr. Prince would like them to say, but what you're saying is I'm not going to ride with a stranger up to Atlanta because I don't know the guy, so I'm kind of concerned for my life. We don't have her here to put this in context. Mr. Santos is going to then have to interpret them as to what Ms. Peters meant by that, and that's pure speculation. And Brandi does that, but...
Well, I guess, okay.
But I agree with you, what you said earlier, the communication between the two is certainly a rock for cross-examination, but the contents are not.
All right. So if the state wants to, this would, on the letters, what I'd like y'all, these are letters that are recovered at her house, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that my understanding?
Yes.
What I'd like to do is arrive at a stipulation that there were letters found at her house, however many letters there are from Mr. Santos that were discovered as part of the search. I don't think the contents of them are relevant and causes a bunch of confusion. So if the state wants to agree to work out some stipulation to that effect, I'll announce the stipulation and sustain the objection as to the letters. If we can't work some stipulation out, I guess we have to put the letters in. So I'll give you all a chance to discuss that. I'd like you to write something up to that effect. Are you interested in that, Mr. Fuchs?
Yes.
Okay. As to the email, I'm just gonna have to hear his testimony, what he's saying about the emails before I make a ruling whether they're admissible or not, but certainly not gonna prohibit you from asking him about them. Depending on what he says, I'll admit him or not admit him.
Yes, sir.
All right, so those are the three issues outstanding. Any other issues at this point, Ms. Santos?
No, sir. Would you like us to proffer that testimony so that I'm not doing it again?
No, I don't think there's anything wrong with you asking him if he did emails with her. That's certainly relevant, that there was pre-existing communication as to, what he says they were about. We'll have to hear what he has to say, whether I'm going to admit him or not.
Yes, sir.
Right? Give you about 10 minutes, see if you can work out a stipulation and look over the emails. All right?
Yes.
Take 10 minutes.
Court's back in session.
Secretary, please.
All right, well, that was interesting. I didn't see that one coming. So we got finished with the cross of Mr. Santos there, and the defense is arguing these letters and emails of like a pre-existing communication between Santos and Brandi. So did not see that one coming at all. Right, Mandy? This is bizarre, knowing he had been in prison for 4 years when she was deleted. Traveling Teresa, letters found in Brandi's home is what I'm understanding. That's exactly what's going on. So Brandi knew of impending danger to her and her kids. But then it's like to drive to Atlanta with a stranger. That's why the state's saying, well, that's why she was afraid, not because of what was going on, but just to get in a car with a stranger. And these letters were found in Brandi's house. So very, very interesting. Okay, yeah, I didn't see that one coming. All right, Traveling Teresa, okay, I'm confused. The letters and emails were sent to Brandi. Yes, this is to show pre-existing communications between the two. Wow. Mind blown. Did not see that one coming at all. All right, so the next clip, let's see, 3:30 to 4:30. Okay, the next clip is about 53 minutes. Let's get to it. I know, Brandi, I'm confused too. I'm confused as well. All right, let's keep on. Let's keep on, and let's see what happens. This is getting more and more crazy as it goes on. I was not expecting this at all. I thought, okay, Santos was the hitman, and I'm like, yeah, no, he's just a narcissistic, schizophrenic, whatever. But now it's like, wait a minute, there was pre-existing communication between the two. All right, we got let's just go on. Let's just move on.
So I'll have to hear the testimony. I'll make a ruling. All right, we ready for a jury?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's have jury input.
Your Honor, the one thing I would ask is for a brief rebuttal, sir.
I will allow you recross on this topic.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jury in the room.
All right, everybody be seated, please. Mr. Brent.
Mr. Santos, I first want to ask you
About the report Mr. Fuchs cited when he was cross-examining you. You were actually evaluated twice on July 31st, or on or around July 31st, 2017, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall that Dr. Hudson, who did the evaluation, produced a report?
My attorney sent me a copy of it, however, I don't quite remember everything about it.
Do you recall, well, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may. This has been marked Defense Exhibit 28, is what we're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Santos, can you take a look at that report and see if you recognize that to be the report that was completed following Dr. Hudson's mental health evaluation of you in 2017?
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to be a fair, true, and accurate depiction of that report?
Yes, sir.
Or at this time, I'd request to move into evidence what's been marked as Defense 28 and is Defense 28.
This is my understanding, there was no objection.
That is correct, Your Honor. I'd like clarification about the dates of this one. It said August of 2017. Clarification that it predates the other one that was already introduced.
Yes, sir. So for clarification, Mr. Santos, it looks like the evaluation was done on July 31st. The date of the report is August 1st, 2017. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
That 28, Defense Exhibit 28 will be admitted.
Mr. Santos, based on his evaluation, did Dr. Hudson ultimately opine that you demonstrated a factual and rational appreciation of the legal process with no evidence of a mental illness or intellectual deficit, further finding that you have an agenda for providing testimony which is consistent with your philosophies, lifestyle, and life history? Is that all correct?
Yes, sir.
What is let me ask you, what did you tell Dr. Hudson to give him that opinion? How was your testimony about this case consistent with your agenda and your philosophies?
I'm going to object. One has the narrative, two is hearsay out of court statement.
Overruled.
My objective here is basically to clear my name with my organization so that I can walk a clear compound and not have to go into protective custody, which I haven't done my entire sentence.
So the point of your testimony is to let your organization know that you weren't responsible for the thefts?
Exactly.
Okay. Mr. Santos, were you communicating with Brandi via U.S. mail in the days leading up to her murder?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay, first witness.
You may.
Do you know how many times you wrote Brandi?
No, sir, I have no idea. I know it was a lot, but I don't remember it.
Almost every day in the 10 days or so leading up to her murder?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
For record purposes, I'll call this defense composite 29. Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir. That's my handwriting.
Look through them and kind of scan them all to make sure that those are a true and accurate depiction of the letters you wrote, Ms. Peters.
Luckily it is, yeah.
You've had a chance to review them? Are those a true and accurate depiction of the letters you sent?
Yes, sir.
All right. And these were all addressed to 908 Saddle Creek Drive, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Santos, would you agree that...
So you're offering 29?
Yes, sir. I would request at this time to move into evidence what was marked as composite 29 and as defense composite 29.
My understanding is the state does not object.
Correct, Your Honor.
It'll be admitted.
Mr. Santos, the letters themselves appear superficially incomprehensible. What were you trying to accomplish with those?
A lot of the letters are pretty much coded. I was trying, in federal prison, you can't seal your mail. Your mail is red going out and coming in, so you have to be very careful on what you write and how you write it.
So, with respect to the kind of incomprehensible language, what is it that you were trying to communicate through the coded messages?
In some of my letters, I was explaining about exotic cars. If you notice, I spoke about cars that were at our disposal for rental to let her know that the business was still being conducted. And in a couple of my letters, I was speaking about money that was moved around or money that was owed by her. And in one of, I think it was an email I might have sent where I was talking about, in one of the letters I explained about money, that if she could return $50,000 and take one trip, then the debt would be paid. I had the car waiting for her in Atlanta. I was looking for her to take the trip before Thanksgiving of 2010.
I see. So when you're talking about a car, those are things that you're promising to Ms. Peters in order to get her to go to Atlanta?
Yes.
Were you also communicating with Ms. Peters in the 10 days or so, a couple of weeks leading up to her murder via email?
Yes, sir.
And that was from the Federal Detention Center over on Capitol Circle?
Yes, sir.
You weren't using your own Corling's account though, were you?
No, sir.
Whose were you using?
I was using another inmate, so I don't remember his name due to the fact that he had a nickname. I just remember he was from Jacksonville and caught a case in Tallahassee. Him and his brother were together. But
okay. May I approach the witness, John?
You may.
Call this. For identification purposes, we'll call this the Defense Composite Exhibit 30. Can you take a look at those and tell me whether that you recognize them to be the emails that you exchanged with Brandi Peters in the weeks leading up to her murder?
yes.
And do they appear to be a true and accurate depiction of those emails?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about what you were trying to accomplish with these.
So again, in these emails, you're referencing that she'll be given $50,000 cash and a Mercedes-Benz.
Yes, sir.
Is that what you were promising her if she would do this trip to Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
And you're also requesting that she get a hold of somebody who you were claiming was your father, a Dr. Yusuf Ali Bey.
Yes, Dr. Yusuf Ali Bey passed away in 2003, so that was a whole nother spiel. That wasn't getting directly in contact with him. He was already dead.
So what did that mean then? What were you trying
His
to accomplish?
son, Yusuf Bey the fourth, was the guy that handled a lot of my business. I was trying to get her to get in contact with him, actually.
Was he one of the people that you anticipated being involved in her murder?
No, he's one of the people that I anticipated being able to get her to pay back the money.
I see. So even as late as November, you were still willing to try to have her pay the debt off. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What would have happened if she had gone to Atlanta like you wanted?
More than likely, she probably would have been killed.
Because she wouldn't pay it back?
Yes, even if she had paid, she had already stolen it. She had already taken it.
So you wanted to try and recoup money and also kill her.
Exactly.
Your Honor, at this time, I would request to move into evidence which has been identified for identification as Defense Composite 30 and as Defense Composite 30.
Is there objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's that?
Yes, Your Honor, previously stated.
But you want to be heard as to anything specific? So we'll go sidebar.
No, Your Honor, just bring
All right. I'll admit defense exhibit 30.
Mr. Santos, Mr. Fuchs covered a lot of ground with you relating to other presumably false confessions, claims that you've made. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And have you made false confessions before?
I think so, yes, to a detective, to a state detective.
Why did you do that?
For one, I didn't want to talk to him. That's the one thing. And another, I feel as if they feel that I'm sort of unbalanced or whatnot, then they wouldn't charge me. At the time, I didn't want to be charged. So if they felt that I was unstable, they wouldn't take me serious and charge me with this crime.
So you're both trying to let your associates know that you took care of the debt?
Took care of the business, and at the same time, finding leeway for myself.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Fuchs as to the letters or email.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Santos, these letters are numerous, and there's a lot of conversation in them. But essentially what we're talking about in these letters is numerous times you're talking about the fact that you own franchises of Steaks and Shakes and Burger Kings, right?
Yes, that's...
And you're assuring her that you're a good financial means and that you've got money and assets adding up to $18 million, right?
Yes, none of that is directly dealing with a Steak and Shake or a Burger King, though, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's totally something different then, right?
Yes, this is all, yeah.
These
business.
Rambling letters are all code?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a code book where Ms. Brandi can decipher what these ramblings are?
No, there's no book for it. We all, everybody in my organization pretty much understands when we say franchise, if we say Burger King or Steak and Shake or McDonald's, people automatically understand what I mean.
We only met Brandi twice, and
Yes.
you recruited her.
Yes.
You've only been with her once on one of these trips. She's not really a part of your organization. She's just basically a mule, isn't she?
Well, once you become a driver, you tend to become a member of the organization. You're part of the family. So you understand the lingo. You understand that when we say franchise, we're talking about a group of different cartels working together. If I say, hey, listen, right now I'm doing business with Burger King, that means that I'm working with Las Zetas. If I say I'm doing business with Pizza Hut, that means I'm working with a completely different cartel. If I'm saying I'm doing business with multiple franchises, then I'm doing business with a lot of different groups at one time. That means when you go to Texas and pick up a load, you're picking up a load that belongs to maybe 3 different cartels or maybe 4 different cartels.
All right. And when you told her you had a degree from Kuwait, is that to ensure that she could fly to Kuwait to pick up a drug case?
No, that's a guy from Kuwait that I had come to Tallahassee. In fact, if you would check the record, he visited me. It was the only visit I got on Capitol Circle. He came and visited.
And you repeatedly tell her, you tell them that your father is Nigerian and your mother is Colombian. I assume that that's supposed to mean that
a Nigerian guy and a Colombian guy are going to be meeting you. If you go back to my beginning testimony in this case, when I first started testifying in this case, I spoke about my Nigerian friend. I spoke about my Colombian friend a few times.
The Nigerian friend that was sending me the emails about wanting to loan me money, right?
No.
Okay.
Not that friend.
All right, different friend. You tell her that you've been flying Boeing aircraft since the 1990s.
Yeah, these planes that we're speaking about is planes that's coming from Colombia to Mexico.
Okay. Isn't it true, and these are in evidence, jury can read them, but isn't it true that essentially what you did is you got a address for Brandi Peters from someone else in prison, Kalo, or whoever it was, and you just started writing her letters. And you're starting to write her letters for the purposes of trying to get her to marry you, and think you're a good person. And in fact, in one of the letters, you talk about the fact and you explain that you're not going to call her, but if you do, it'll only be a couple minutes, so please try and answer those phones. So she's really not responding to your phone calls, she's not responding to your letters, and you're just trying to get her to marry her and talk about how great you are because you have assets of Steak and Shakes and $18 million. Isn't that true?
No, sir.
No, it's not.
And I actually spoke to her a few times on the phone, if you recorded the phone conversation. We talked a few times.
And basically, essentially what you did is you got her address and you sent her a bunch of nonsensical letters, just like you did with Mr. Edders, just like you did with the courts, just like you did with Judge Hanson, right?
No, sir.
Right. Just one quick thing, Mr. Santos. What was the language pertaining to marriage about? What did that actually mean?
When we speak of marriage, it's pretty much I'm connecting a driver with somebody. I'm connecting you with a particular person that's running a particular detail, and the reason why we call it a marriage is because you two people are going to be working together. When I came to prison, I needed her to help me, and in the process of that, I hooked her up with my people. I introduced her to some people that she could drive for, that I trusted, and that was going to trust her because I trusted her.
Are the letters that you write with code intended to look nonsensical to somebody who doesn't
understand? Of course, it's supposed to. That way, when it's going out of the mailroom, the people don't pay it any attention when it's going out because it looks like a bunch of rubbish. But the person that's receiving it understands it. I got letters right now in the jail. If you read them, you wouldn't be able to decode them, but I can decode them. I understand what they mean.
Yes, sir. No further questions.
All right, hey, Juror, I have a question of this one. All right, take Mr. Santos in. Call your next witness.
It's not here, but it's called Dr. Delacruz.
Okay. At some point in time, we need to get a little organization to the letters and the emails.
Yes, sir.
Y'all can do that at Flash.
Yes, sir.
Make the jury sit here, we'll figure that out. You raise your right hand and be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat, sir.
Can I get a glass of water? I got a heart. Thank you, Judge.
You may proceed, Mr. Prince.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Delacruz, can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell both your first and last name?
Yeah, my name is Jesse De La Cruz. First name is Jesse. Last name is capital DE space capital LA space capital CRUZ.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a consultant and gang expert throughout the nation.
What does that mean?
That means that I'm called by attorneys throughout the United States to help them or assist them in alleged gang cases or where there is a possibility that gangs were involved in a case.
And can you describe for us both practical real-world experience and any education or training that you have as it relates to organized crime, gangs, or cartels?
Well, to start, I have a bachelor's in sociology with a minor in deviance. I have a master's degree in social work, also focusing on deviant behavior. I also have a doctorate in education with a scientific dissertation study on gangs as far as the education goes. As far as professionally, I've been involved doing this type of work since approximately 2001. I took a brief hiatus between 2001 and I think 2007, and then I got back into it, on a consistent basis up until now. Also, I've been involved I joined a gang when I was 13 years old. I thought about getting in when I was 12, but I actually got in at the age of 13. Committed my first crime dealing with gangs at the age of 13. I did a shooting. At the age of 16, I stabbed an individual and was sent to a boys' camp. At the age of 21, I arrived in the penitentiary, and I joined a prison gang organization. Prior to going to prison, I was living in Tijuana. I was running from the police. So I lived in Tijuana for about 9 months. Got connected with an individual by the name of Toñito and another by the name of Roberto, who at that time were the big drug dealers in Tijuana. We were importing heroin from Juarez, Mexico into California during that time as well, and dealing with a lady by the name of Nacha, La Nacha they called her. She was the grandma, but she was in charge of all of basically the crime in Juarez, Mexico. Now at that time they were not called cartels because they hadn't evolved yet. When I got out of the penitentiary after, 5 years or so, whatever it was, in 1976, 77, around there, I went to Los Angeles. I lived in Los Angeles, and I was dealing with one of the Felix brothers who is or was in charge of the Tijuana cartel. By this time, they were called cartels. So I've had interactions with him, off and on, up until the age of 45, when I quit breaking the law. I was involved in the crime milieu every day of my life up until that time. Every day I interacted with people who were involved in some form or another in either gangs or crime, and because I was a criminal, and that's what I did for a living. I woke up every morning with the sole intent of breaking the law. I was not I didn't talk to the police, I didn't talk to law enforcement or district attorneys, I didn't talk to regular people, well, maybe regular people from the neighborhood, but I didn't go outside the neighborhood or outside the Latino community as far as my interactions. So my interactions and my experiences with crime and people that deal with crime is pretty in depth. I also have a pretty large family, and we do have a few doctors and we do have a few nurses and professionals, but we also have a lot of individuals who are involved to this date, actually, in crime, specifically 2 nephews that are currently involved in cartel business, the business of drugs in Dallas, Texas. Another nephew who is currently in the state penitentiary in Texas, who was involved out of Houston. I also had a cousin who was a member of the Zeta cartel, who I contacted back in I don't know, maybe 3 years, 2.5 years ago, prior to him getting shot by the Mexican federales in a shootout in Reynosa, Tamaulipas. And he was a member, in fact, of the Zetas. And I had a discussion concerning this particular case, but that's, in a nutshell, my experience with crime.
In addition to your real-world experience and family experience with cartel activity, have you studied that behavior and the nature of their criminal enterprises as well?
I've studied all gangs. I started studying gangs and cartels in 1997 when I started going to school. I went to school for 10.5 years, and for 10.5 years, my focus, apart from, the academic work that I had to do, psychology, sociology, whatever, mathematics and all that, every opportunity that I had was in studying gangs, cartels, and the differences, the similarities, how they evolved, where they started, and so forth and so on. And of course, in the community, and this is what a lot of people don't understand, a lot of people that are not Latinos, and they don't understand that in the Latino community, most everybody has an understanding about the cartels and about gangs. You hear law enforcement say that they're afraid of gangs. They're not really afraid of them. They don't like them, but they understand them. And so everyone knows somebody that knows somebody who's connected to some kind of cartel or some kind of street gang. So on a daily basis, most of the time, I'm in the neighborhood or dealing with agencies that deal with, gangs and so forth and so on. And gangs are connected to the cartel directly. Not every gang, but big gangs like 18th Street, Maras Salvatruchas, and so forth and so on. They are connected to them because they do business with them.
Well, I'll ask you to come back and explain that in more detail in a little bit here. I want to ask you about some of the methodologies utilized during your academic career and during your postdoctoral work. Have you conducted first-person interviews with people actually involved in cartel activity?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, this is another, what I'm trying to explain is that, I have an aunt, my mother's sister, who was married to an individual who is in a cartel from Michoacán, the cartel La Familia Michoacana. So the entire family is involved, the entire family, the mother, everybody. And so, and I know him, I know all the brothers, I know, because Jose was married to my Aunt Rachel. And so, not too long ago, Rachel's daughter, my cousin, told me that...
Objection, Your Honor, we're getting into hearsay.
Let's not get into the substance of what you were told, please.
Okay.
Dr. De La Cruz, are first-person interviews with individuals possessing first-hand knowledge of cartel activity in the academic community, is that a generally recognized method or practice for gathering information upon which opinions can be formed?
Absolutely.
Okay. What kind of other methods do you utilize to gather and gain information as it pertains to cartels and cartel activity?
Well, the internet is a wealth of information now. A lot of the information is not reliable, but a lot of it is. So you can ask Google anything you want now. Some of the information that it provides to you is not accurate, but a lot of it is. Now, if you happen to be someone that understands gangs, understands cartels, understands their behavior and how they were evolved and so forth and so on, and their interactions, you'll be able to determine what type of information is reliable and which isn't. So I use the internet, I use individuals, I use interviews, I use academic journals. There's not a lot of information on academic journals concerning cartel specifically. And the reason that being said is because it's a dangerous job to go into and talk to cartel members, right? So there's not a lot of academic information on them.
So when you're utilizing the internet to gain information, how do you go about differentiating between unreliable posts or articles as opposed to scholarly or properly sourced documentation?
Well, first of all, if I want to find out something about the cartels, and I look up, let's say, the Sinaloa cartel or the Zetas, based on the information that I have, right, and that I know from personal experience, I can determine, okay, this is reliable, and then I take that information into the neighborhood or wherever, and I call I got a lot of contacts in different places, Texas, New Mexico, different places, and I call them and I say, so what about this? And then they begin to say, okay, well, this is what happened, and then so they're reliable in that they're still involved. They're still involved in the criminal underworld, and so I tend to believe them based on my experience. Now, I know that law enforcement can't do that because, people like that won't talk to law enforcement, and therefore they don't understand that. How can I do it and not them?
So, utilizing first-person interviews sounds like is the best method that you've focused on for gathering information as it relates to cartels and cartel activity?
As it relates to any type of criminal activity, actually, because it's qualitative. It's a scientific methodology that has been recognized by both the experimental, which is quantitative, laboratory, Dauber motion kind of stuff, as opposed to the experiential, the experience, culture, interviews, observations. That's qualitative.
So the qualitative or experiential information gained is an accepted method within the scientific community as well?
It's accepted by both scientific communities.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about your doctoral research.
So initially, I started off with, the first year of my dissertation, I was looking at the difference between African American, Crips and Bloods. I was looking at North and South Latinos, because in California you have Norteños, Sureños. And then I was looking at Vietnamese and Cambodians gangs, and what was the differences and the similarities. However, about a year after doing a tremendous amount of research, I presented my idea to my dissertation chair, and she indicated that I was really talking about 6 dissertations, so that I needed to focus on one specific gang and one specific area. And so then what I decided to do was I decided to do the city of Stockton, because the city of Stockton at that time had a really high rate of murder in 2012. And they were alleging that it was as a result of gangs. And my information from the streets was that was not true. So then I began to look at Norteños or individuals that were from gangs that were considered Northern California. So initially I started off with 56 individuals. And I interviewed them all, and then I transcribed everything, and I presented it again to my dissertation chair, and she indicated that it was too big of a sample, and that I would have to whittle it down. And so I said, well, what's the least and what's the most? And she goes, between 8 and 4. So I chose 4 to make it easier for me to finish.
And ultimately, did you obtain your doctoral degree as well?
I did.
In case you didn't already clarify, what degrees have you obtained?
It's on that particular. You mean when I was doing my dissertation?
Yes, sir.
It was a doctorate in education.
Okay. Which you've already clarified, focused on gang activity.
Correct.
Okay. In your work in your postdoctoral work, have you had an opportunity to specifically research the relationship between South American cartels, Mexican cartels, and American criminal street gang organizations?
I have.
And tell us about the methodologies you utilized to research those topics.
So this began, the connection between Colombian cartels, Pablo Escobar and them, the Medellin cartel, and Mexicans, which is in Mexico, not in America, in the United States, in Mexico, was started by Chapo Guzman, actually. And he made a business deal with them that he would, if they would provide the cocaine, then he would be the one.
Object. I think this is not letting the predicate testify as an expert.
I'll overrule the objection at this point, but let's not get into the substance too much of what other people said. Well, let's get to it.
Okay.
And I'll come back and ask you for specific opinions in a little bit here, but right now I just want to ask you about methodologies and things of that nature. So rather than getting into the content of what you learned about the relationship, what methodologies did you utilize to learn about the relationships between South American, Mexican cartels, and then American criminal organizations?
Well, I reviewed many different documents that you can go to a library and there's a plethora of information on Chapo Guzman and the Sinaloa cartel, as far as that goes. And of course, there's a lot of information on the internet that deals with them. And of course, I know a lot of people that were at one point involved in the distribution of drugs that were directly with the cartels in Mexico.
So books, scholarly articles, first-person interviews?
Correct.
Okay. As it relates to the Los Zetas cartel, have you ever had an opportunity to conduct first-person interviews with individuals who either were or are at the time of the interview members of the Los Zetas cartel?
Yeah, my cousin, he was a member of the Zetas. He had just, when I spoke to him, he had just gotten out after serving 10 years in the federal penitentiary for drugs, for bringing drugs into the United States. And I called him up and we had a discussion about he was no longer a member of the Zetas. Actually, they had broken off and they had started another cartel which was called La Mancha, and he was a bodyguard for the main guy of that particular cartel. But he had been a Zeta for probably 15 years prior to his, moving over to another one.
So were you able to conduct first-person interviews with him that pertain to the Zetas' structure and business relationships with both Colombian cartels and American criminal organizations?
Yeah, I was able to talk to him concerning the operations as far as from Mexico to the United States primarily. That was more or less our conversation. I didn't get too much into the Colombians with him.
With him, you say. Have you conducted first-person interviews with other individuals who have first-hand knowledge of the structure, organization, and business relationships for Colombian cartels?
No, not as a deal specifically with the Zetas, no.
Okay. Have you reviewed books or scholarly articles that pertain to, in general, the relationship between the Colombian cartels, Mexican cartels, and American criminal organizations?
Yes, there's a one book that was published probably like 6-7 years ago in Laredo, out of Laredo, Texas, while the kids were out of Laredo, Texas, and they were Zeta members, and they break down everything that deals with Colombians and how the connection they made, and how you become a Zeta member, how you become a hitman for the Zetas, the paramilitary style of operation, the historical background as far as that they started from the military and so forth. So it's called Wolf Boys, and if you read it, it's pretty interesting. And those guys killed 22 people by each of them, and are now serving time in the state prison in Texas.
And based on your training, education, and experience, have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert pertaining to gangs, cartels, or organized crime?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
Between 80 and 85 times, I think, somewhere in there. I couldn't tell exactly the exact number, but quite a few.
And in addition to the times that you've been qualified in court to testify, have you consulted on more cases than that?
Yes, I have. Probably 700 to 750 cases throughout the United States.
And roughly how many of those specifically involve Mexican cartels?
Three. I believe about three. One in Chicago, and I don't remember exactly. One in San Diego, I believe.
And have you further studied the relationship between Mexican cartels and American criminal organizations?
Oh yeah, I know quite a bit.
And what sources did you utilize to study that relationship?
Well, again, I'm pretty well known in California, so I do a lot of stuff in Los Angeles, because Los Angeles, San Jose, California, San Diego, the gangs in those cities, and smaller cities too, but primarily in those cities, they're connected. And when I say the gangs, I don't mean the gang as a whole. I mean individuals that are in that specific gang will pick 3 or 4 guys from that specific gang, and then they deal with the cartels, right? It's not the whole gang, so the whole gang is not involved. So that's the difference, right? So I know a lot of guys, because I met a lot of guys when I was in the penitentiary for all those years, that were involved directly with sales of drugs and exporting drugs and all that, the kind of stuff. And so I've kept contact with them, and they know what I'm doing. So when I call them, I ask them questions, and they tell me, okay, this is what's happening. I don't get into the specifics of crimes. I just want to know the connections between certain individuals and whether or not it's a gang-motivated crime, something like that.
So you've conducted first-person interviews pertaining to the relationship between Mexican drug cartels and American criminal organizations?
Oh, yes.
Okay. This time, Your Honor, I would tender the witness.
Do you wish to retire?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm not sure y'all met Mr. Evans. This is one of the assistant state attorneys.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Cruz.
Good morning, Mr. Evans.
Your dissertation, well, how old are you?
I'm an old guy. I'm probably older than you.
Probably, since...
I'm 68.
You're 68. So
but I feel like I'm 38. I walk like I'm 100, but...
Yes, sir. So some of the gang activity you're talking about happened when you were 13 years old. So that would have been when?
Well, some of it, the first shooting I did for the gang I was 13 years old.
And what year would that have been?
Well, my goodness, I was born in 1951, probably 1963, right around there.
Okay.
Give or take a year.
And you've been out of the gang how long?
40 years.
Okay. Now, your dissertation was done when?
I completed it 2014, 5 years ago.
And that dissertation involved street gang in Stockton, California, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it related to what you were looking at was a relationship that the impact of law enforcement, community, family, schools had on gang members, how it, I guess, guided them or led them to be members of that gang. Is that correct?
I don't think guided or motivated them, but it was how it impacted them into making a decision into getting into a gang. I think that's what I was looking at.
All right, so that's what the focus was a small street gang in Stockton, California in 2014, and why they joined a gang.
Actually, it wasn't just one gang. It was 4 different gangs. So it's not that small. I mean, as far as, it was representative of the gang population in Stockton completely. So one gang was from Central Stockton, one gang was from the east side, one gang was from the south side, and one gang the members were from the west side. So these individuals were all representative of their gang in the city of Stockton, which is 300,000 people, and they claim they have 5,000 gang members, so it was representative of maybe 5,000 gang members.
Now, predominantly your testimony in other cases have been whether or not somebody was a member of a gang, is that correct?
Well, predominantly.
Which is what I asked you, so the answer to that question would be yes.
Well, no, because sometimes they are gang members, and we're trying to determine whether or not the crime was committed for the benefit of the gang.
Doctor, my question was,
and I said no.
It's predominantly...
And I said no.
So your testimony in other cases is not predominantly about whether somebody's a member of a gang or not?
It could be one or the other. It could also be something like this. So there are different cases. So predominantly, okay, you want to put a number on what? Maybe out of 700 cases, okay, let me give you a number. Out of 700 cases, probably, I guess it would be predominantly, because probably 550 were determining what you just asked.
Okay, so the answer to my question was
That's
yes.
correct.
All right, but you enlarged my question. My question involved testimony. You said you consulted on 700, 750 cases, but you've only indicated you testified in about 80 or 85, correct?
Correct.
And of those 80 to 85 that you testified, how many of those related to the issue of whether somebody was a member of the gang?
Probably about 50, 55.
Okay. So predominantly,
yeah.
The answer to that question would have been yes.
It would have been yes, okay. Or it is yes.
You're not qualified in crime scene interpretation, are you?
No.
And you've never testified as an expert in crime scene interpretation, have you?
That's correct.
And based upon what you, Mr. Prince's questions, that your discussions about what Zeta gangs do encompassed, you're talking solely to your cousin, who is now dead, is that correct?
Not specific, I've talked to other people, but he was a member of the Zetas. That's what I meant by that, yeah.
But is he the only member of the Zetas you talked to?
Yeah.
Now, the other document, you said you've also read stuff on the internet, articles and stuff on the internet, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you document what those articles were?
I think I documented it back those, but it's been a long time, and I lost, I don't know, I misplaced all those documents because it's been like 3 years, 4 years ago, so I misplaced them, but I did document.
The conversations you had with people as to whether or not they're gang members or anything else, did you record any of those conversations?
No, I didn't.
Did you take notes of those conversations?
I did take notes at the time, and once again, the file was misplaced. I don't know what I did with it because I do a lot of stuff, so I'm not a very good file office keeper, and I don't have an office keeper, so I'm not sure what I did with the file, but I did take some notes concerning the conversation that me and my cousin had specifically.
All right, so there are no longer any notes, there are no longer any copies of any articles you may have read, and the people you talked to, you said you talked to, do you know their real names?
I know their real names, their first names, I know their real names, yes.
You know their first real names, but you don't know their last names, do you?
Well, their last names is not important.
Why not?
Why? I don't need them.
So there is nobody, well, you don't need them, but there's no way for anybody to go behind you to ask them if they're going to give you the same questions as they gave you, is there?
Well, if it's going to be law enforcement to go behind me, they're not going to talk to you anyway. They don't talk to law enforcement. They talk to me because I am a former gang member, and they know me, they know my background, they know my history, because I'm pretty well known in the neighborhoods throughout California and Texas. So even if you wanted to go talk to them, they would not talk to you. So it's not important for me to get their names and their document, their data, because it's not going to provide, it's not going to help you. You're not going to be able to go in and ask them questions. They're not going to talk to you.
So there's no way to peer review your conclusions and opinions.
Well, we're not doing the scientific research, sir, so there's no peer review. This is all law enforcement. Peer reviews when you're doing academic research. We're not doing academic research here.
Have you written a paper where you document your sources, have your notes, and have submitted it for people to go behind you and independently confirm your conclusions?
I have not, sir. No, I have not. I'm not doing that type of research. I'm not doing academic research. This is specifically law enforcement in the courtroom. That's it. So I'm not trying to convince academia with anything.
There are no more questions on his qualifications, Your Honor, and would object to him testifying as an expert.
I'm allowed to offer an opinion. How long do you think it's going to be, Mr. Prentice?
I think this would be a fine time to break here.
All right, while we break for lunch, let's plan to be back at 1:15, please. 1:15, right? Either side, anything further? No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I can bring water.
What?
I can bring water.
Water? Yes.
Okay.
All right, so that was the gang expert. Mr. Dr. Jesse De La Cruz. But we also heard more from Santos, which, let's see, was there anything? Oh, yeah, okay, so yeah, he brought up these letters. All right, so that was pretty interesting. All right, so he wrote to Brandi up to 10 days before her deleting, and I thought I'm like, wow, what's that about? So it appeared coded in incomprehensible language. He wrote about exotic cars, money owed by Brandi. He wrote, also used via email. He used somebody else's account. So he made a false confession to state detectives because he didn't want to talk to them. He thought if they thought I was unbalanced, they wouldn't take me serious and charge me. All well and good, right? We're like, oh my gosh, minds are blown. He actually talked to Brandi right before she was, taken care of. But then Cross comes in, and there's always two sides of the story. He told, he was, talking about Shake and Steak and Burger King were franchises. He's like, Brandi wasn't responding to his phone calls or letters. He got her address from another person in prison and was writing to Brandi to ask her to marry him. So that's kind of what that was about. And then Dr. Jesse De La Cruz got up, and he's a gang expert consultant, I should say. He joined a gang when he was 13, stabbed somebody when he was 16, 21 sent to prison. He joined a gang there. He talked about Tijuana drug dealers, bringing heroin into California. Talked about he quit when he was 45. And then he said he has a large family, and there are some doctors and professionals, but 2 members are currently in a cartel in Dallas. Another cousin is in jail. He started studying gangs and cartels in 1997. He said people aren't afraid of gangs. He said they don't like them, but everyone knows someone that's connected. His aunt is married to somebody in the cartel. And he was talking about, this paramilitary style of cartels. And I'm like, if this was truly a cartel, do you think it would have been as messy as it was? I don't know, man. I'm not really buying this whole cartel thing. What do you guys think? Are you buying the cartel? Yorkie says, I found him very interesting. Traveling Teresa said, I believe him to be an expert in the area of gangs. He made it out alive, which says a lot. Julie says he is not performing any experiments. He is studying the culture, mindset, and dynamics associated with gangs. Or 12 sides of the story if you're Santos. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, oh no, so I have to hear all that again when he testifies? No, I think, no, I think that's it. Was he being proffered? No. Oh, he was being proffered. Yep. So we have to hear that all over again. Okay, sorry, that was him being proffered. Brad says expert, but he says none of his methodology can be duplicated. Different kind of expert. Do you guys believe that this was a gang hit and this was a cartel hit? Nope. Not buying the story Santos was selling. Yeah. I'm not either. I'm not buying it either. All right, let's get to now we're going to hear, unfortunately we're going to hear that all over again. Sorry guys. We got to make a record of it. I don't think so. Julie, Brat, nope. Yep, nope. Not a cartel hit. Yep. Manny Strong, nope. I know. I don't think so either. All right. Let's get to, and this will be our last bit for today. There's still a couple, there's like two more hours of this day, but we've got Jules Investigates, more on the Maya, Greg Anderson. It's getting really messy, guys. It's getting really messy. So we're gonna do that at 6. So we're gonna end this around 5:30. Okay, I'll see you on the other side of the break.
Jury, remain standing for the jury.
Everybody be seated, please. You may proceed, Mr. Prince.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Dela Cruz, I want to start out general and then get more specific with these questions. First, can you explain to us the relationship within the drug trafficking trade between the Colombian cartels, the Mexican cartels, and then the American criminal organization?
Well, primarily the Colombian cartels are the ones that supply the Mexican cartels, especially when it comes to cocaine. When it comes to methamphetamine, they supply most of the drugs, but the Mexican cartels now have evolved to, they produce a lot of their own drugs too. All right, so then the Mexican cartels bring it into the United States, and they employ the services of different gangs in different cities, like Chicago, LA, Miami, different places, right? And the local gangs from any specific areas are the ones that are in charge of the distribution in the neighborhoods.
Okay. So essentially the Colombians are the producers, the Mexican cartels are like the middlemen, and then the American gangs do the street level distribution of the product and sell it.
Correct.
Okay. In terms of who experiences a loss, so if there's a loss in the United States of the product, if law enforcement gets it or something happens, it gets stolen, whatever the case might be, who absorbs that loss? Is it the Mexican cartels, the American organization that's supposed to sell it on the street, or is it the Colombians? Or does everybody share?
The Mexican cartels do not take the loss of merchandise very lightly. Somebody is going to pay somehow, whether it's the individual who was in charge of the operation on the street level, or many times, for example, let's say that I'm dealing with the cartels and I'm the guy in charge of, and they give me, let's say, 10 kilos of cocaine, and somehow I get arrested and I lose it. They will generally kill my whole family to let everybody else know this is not acceptable. You know, somebody's going to pay.
That's kind of where I was heading next.
Okay.
Are there general criteria, I guess, that are typical of a cartel hit, specifically a Mexican cartel hit? Is there any kind of standard methodology to the tactics they employ?
Well, cartels generally, when they do hits, they kill the entire family. They don't leave, because their logic is that child is going to get older later and then become a problem. So they come in, and also they do that to instill fear in not the community but the underworld. See, everything is geared towards the underworld. What they do, they're not concerned about what Miss Hernandez and her family thinks about it, because they're not involved. Now, they can have their thoughts and their opinions, but they're not trying to target them. They're dealing with people that are dealing in the underworld. So the message to them is, if you mess with us, if you lose this, if you lose that, this is what happens to you or your family.
And is there anything that's, I guess, standard or reoccurring in terms of the method by which they dispatch people that are responsible for stolen product or lost product?
The way they kill them?
Yes.
Well, generally it's pretty gruesome. They kill them in a gruesome manner. The message has to be towards the underworld that this is the way we kill people. Most of the time they decapitate people, they beat them to death. There's different methodologies that they use, but it's always gruesome.
Okay. Let me ask you about the potential involvement of a female in a group that's targeting someone for assassination. Is that something common, and if so, why is that common?
That the cartel
would utilize a female within the team that's been sent to kill somebody?
No, the females are usually, and I know that, this idea that I haven't been a member of the gang for 40 years, that I don't know what I'm talking about, but the truth of the matter is that methodology has been used for years. The woman is used because if somebody knocks on the door and it's a female, pretty much people on the other side of the door are going to be less worried or careful because it's a woman. But the woman is used so that they will open the door so others can rush in. That's what the woman's used for. Not to commit the murder itself, only to help them gain entry.
What about potential child victims? Is that something that you see as a repetitive theme within cartel murders?
Absolutely. They kill whole entire families. They do that. That's what they do.
And why do they do that?
Once again, it's to send a message to the underworld that if you, especially if you have family, if you do something wrong or steal from us or whatever the case may be, or snitch on us or whatever, then this is what we do to people to your people, to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
And let me ask you about the Los Zetas cartel in particular. You indicated that you had family members that were members of the Los Zetas cartel?
I had one family member who was, he's no longer with us. He was shot by the Mexican authorities in a shootout in the plaza in Reynosa, Tamaulipas.
Did you ever have an opportunity to conduct first-person interviews with him about his experience?
I did.
Okay. Through those interviews, were you able to ascertain whether there is any particular symbol associated with the Zetas cartel?
I was.
What is their symbol?
So one of the things they leave behind, and it's not left for, once again, law enforcement, because law enforcement wouldn't know anyway, it's left for the underworld as a message. This is who did this, and this is what will happen to you if you mess with us or mess with our money or whatever the case may be, whatever it is that they did, right? And so he told me, because I explained that, what does it mean when they leave a spade? And he goes, in Spanish he told me, it's...
Your Honor, I'm going to object this to hearsay.
Overruled.
He indicated in Spanish, es el as de espadas, which means in the cards, it's the ace of spade. Now, he said that the Zetas have a military background. And he said that the ace of spade in the military in Mexico indicates death. And so that is the manner in which they send the message, the Zetas, through that ace of spade to other people, underworld people, that it was them, and that if you mess with us, this was going to happen.
Again, in terms of repetitive themes in the way that murders are carried out, do the Zetas and other Mexican cartels typically send a single individual or multiple individuals to commit these murders?
No, generally it's more than one, but it could be one, but it depends on the number of people. So, for example, and they've done their homework, they know how many people are involved and how many people are there, or whatever the case may be. And so based on the number of individuals who live in the home, they would send that number of people, not necessarily 4, but I mean, they would send more than one, I believe, from what he told me, if, you know, to make sure that the act was, you know, committed and taken care of.
Now, you had a chance in this case to review crime scene photos, correct?
I normally don't, but I wanted to see these.
Okay. And other case-related documents and information, correct?
That's correct.
As well as have conversations with the defense reconstructionist, Mr. Knox, correct?
That's correct.
Now, I don't want you to testify about anything Mr. Knox told you, nor do I want an opinion about whether you ultimately think this offense was a cartel hit. What I'd like to know is if you have any opinion as to whether there are indicators, based on the evidence you reviewed, of potential cartel involvement in these murders.
Everything that I reviewed points directly towards the Zetas. And you know, the spade, the way it was placed against the wall, it didn't have any blood, it wasn't used in the murder, it was a clear message, right? So it was all by itself, according to the pictures that I reviewed, next to the lady's body, right, on the wall. It didn't have no blood, so to me it indicated that it wasn't used in the murder itself. The viciousness of the way the children were killed, and the way the victim was, the mother was killed, you know, beaten, shot, stabbed. I mean, you know, the viciousness of the crime itself indicates to me, and I've done a lot of, you know, cases and they're vicious as well, but not like this, and not where they have children, especially when it deals with gangs.
So this is on the high end of violence even for cartels?
Well, it's definitely high end.
Thank you. No further questions.
Doctor, now we talked a little bit during the board hour of your qualifications about you served time in prisons, but how many prior felony convictions do you have?
I believe it's 5.
And Another thing I don't think we've covered is that you're being paid for your testimony here today, is that correct?
Just like you, yes.
So,
Everybody gets paid here except the jury.
Okay.
Crime pays really well.
but I'm
except
not
the jurors.
testifying, you're testifying.
I understand, and I'm answering your question. I get paid.
Okay, let's not be smart aleck, please.
Okay.
All right?
I get
Proceed,
paid.
Mr. Evans.
What's your hourly rate?
I charge $200 an hour.
And how many hours have you billed in this case?
I think so far, $26,000.
Okay. And that doesn't include
This time.
your
Correct.
travel here and the time you've been waiting here and your testimony for the day?
Correct.
And how long have you been in town? Or have you been traveling? How long have you been on the clock this time?
I left Tuesday at 2 o'clock California time, and I've been here since.
Okay. And so you're at $200 an hour for that time period?
Well, not when I'm asleep, but other than that, you know.
Okay. Now, you've never testified for the state or the federal government, is that correct?
No, that's correct.
And you've indicated that there are no peer-reviewed academic studies on whether something is a Zeta murder or not. Is that correct?
Well, let me clarify something. Afterward, I was thinking, if you go to Google Scholar, which is a peer-reviewed search engine, that is, everybody knows about it and everybody agrees that it's reliable. I believe there are studies or information, there's information there that can support whatever it is you're looking for. Maybe not. But
So
I don't know any directly studies. I do know of a book, The Wolf Boys, that was written about the Zetas.
Who wrote the book?
I don't remember the gentleman's name, but I mean, I'm sure if you Google it, you can find him.
And did I understand you to say if you go to this Google Scholar, you can Google it and pretty much find anything you want to support whatever
Pretty much.
opinion you have?
I think you can, yes.
Okay.
Or not find it if it's not there.
Now, a lot of opinions that you've expressed today are based upon your Google searches, which included reading online newspaper articles, magazine articles, and things such as that. Is that correct?
That's not correct. I mean, some of them, I've used some of those, but my opinion is based on that and the discovery that was provided by you folks, well, not you, but to the defense, the discovery and the interviews that I conducted with individuals that are in the know of cartels and so forth and so on. So there's a number of elements.
Well, let me be a little bit more precise my question if my question wasn't clear. Your opinion about whether or not something constitutes a Zeta crime scene is based on your reading newspaper articles and Googling the subject, as well as talking to your now deceased cousin. Is that correct?
That's part, again, the gruesomeness of the crime itself, the fact that they killed children. I'm not saying that other people don't kill children, but generally speaking, cartels, that's their MO, modus operandi. They kill the entire family, the viciousness of how they did it, and more importantly, the spade, the shovel that was left.
Now, you're assuming something a cartel killing would generally include somebody who's cheated the cartel. Is that correct?
Generally.
Well, the Mexican cartel, they don't send people up to commit hits in the United States for people who steal from street level gangs. Is that correct? Because they've got no skin in that game because they've already been paid by the street level gang for the drugs that the street level gang is selling. Is that correct?
Unless the street level gang pays the cartel to do the killing, that because for example, let's say hypothetically that these drugs or whatever the case may be were from them to begin with, then I'm sure they would.
And you're sure they would because?
Because I was a criminal myself for a long time, involved in criminal organization, and I know how the criminal mind works. And so, and everything that I've learned and everything that I've heard from people that I've interviewed, you cannot mess with cartels or they're going to get you. They might not do it tomorrow, but they're eventually going to get you. That's why.
So the Mexican cartels are now being hired, are now being hired by local street gangs to commit murders in the street gangs' territories.
I don't know if they're now, but I'm sure they did at that time, in this particular case.
And you're basing that on the review of the crime scene photos?
Well, that and the discovery and everything that I know about it. Interviews of different witnesses.
And you're basing these opinions on your personal review of what you read on the internet, people you've talked to, but as it relates directly to the Zetas and how they conduct the hits, that, I think as you previously testified, is relied on solely by your now dead cousin.
Not solely on him. He was a Zeta, so he knew the inner workings. He did time for them. He was pretty close to the people on top, so he understood what was going on. He didn't know about this particular case specifically because there's so many people, so many cases, so many things going on. But I wasn't only basing it on that. That is, I base it on the viciousness of the crime, the shovel against the wall, not being used in the crime, his information to me about how the modus operandi that they use when people do something against them, and of course all the research that I did on Google Scholar and all that in the internet.
Did you rely on your opinions, the statements of Carlos Santos?
I did.
Now, isn't it true that you based your opinion on that cartels use women to help gain entry is because one was used when I believe it was your brother who was murdered in 1977?
That wasn't a cartel. That was a criminal organization. But it's not based on that. I used to do it myself back in the day when I was involved. It's not an uncommon thing to use a woman. People's guards drop when a woman knocks on the door and they see it's a woman, as opposed to two men standing on the front door. I don't think that a woman is going to open the door for two men that they don't know. But they will when there's a woman, even maybe they don't even know her, but it's a woman. So it's on their level. So it's just a psychological thing. And, we, as back then, as gang members, we used to study all that stuff.
And again, you indicated that your last gang experience was more than 40 years ago.
My personal gang experience as a gang member?
Yes. Now, you say cartels send a message by doing killings of families if somebody hasn't paid them or if they've been wronged by the people. Is that correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
And that they leave it in such a manner that you know that it is the drug cartel has committed the crime.
It's a clear message to the underworld, not to law enforcement, because the law enforcement doesn't know, but to the underworld, the people that are involved with cartels, it's a clear message to them that this is what happens, this is who did it.
So you're telling me that law enforcement wouldn't know these signs or to look for these signs?
Well, they didn't know about it on this sign. They didn't know about the shovel in this particular case. I never heard law enforcement say anything about that shovel. In fact, they were confused about the shovel when I read. So, yes, I am saying that.
All right, so law enforcements don't have confidential informants. They don't have people who infiltrate the cartels. They don't compare notes whenever they're looking at crime scenes, whenever you have multiple where family members are being killed at multiple places. People don't compare and contrast as they try to investigate to see if these crimes are related or not.
Well, there's no doubt they have confidential informants. Now, the confidential informant is that with the information they're giving them reliable, because there's not really any way for you could, most of the time, corroborate what they're telling you. So that's one. I give you that one. But do they share with each other? I'm sure they do. But what I'm saying is that in particular case, they didn't seem to share with nobody, with any other law enforcement. Now, I'm not sure because I'm not law enforcement, so I couldn't tell you specifically or concretely that they did or did not. What I do know is that that spade was never explained the way my cousin, who was a Zeta member, explained it. That's what I'm saying.
All right, so your premise rises and falls on what your dead cousin supposedly told you a few years ago.
Not supposedly, he did tell me. There's no supposedly about it.
Do you have it recorded?
No, I don't have it recorded.
Do you have it documented in any way?
I don't.
So the only person who knows about it and can recant it and tell us what he said is you?
Absolutely.
Now, you say the number of people who are being killed dictates the amount of people who come in and do the killing. Is that correct?
I think that's one of the elements they use. For example, when they killed my brother, there was 1, 2, 3 and a woman. So the woman was used to knock on the door, and he answered the door, and then 2 guys rushed in. There was a guy driving, so there was 3 for 1 person. It was supposed to be me, but I wasn't there, so it was my brother. Okay. Generally speaking, they're not going to send 1 guy to commit a homicide in a home. They're just not going to do it. Not 1 guy. It's going to be multiple guys.
And a woman.
Well, I would imagine they used a woman.
Now, the killings or the relationship between the gangs. If the Mexican cartel is the ones that have been wrong, they're going to exact their punishment, correct?
Correct.
Do they do it themselves or do they hire it out?
No, they generally do it themselves.
And are you familiar with the Vice Lords?
Yeah, Chicago, yeah.
Do they handle their own problems?
I don't know if they handle all of their problems, but they do.
And the Zeta handles their problems?
Yeah, yep.
Now, and you say the Ace of Spades your cousin talked about. That sign is left there so other people in the underworld will know that this was a Zeta hit, correct?
Correct.
So anybody who knows about the case or looks into the case and sees that shovel will know this is a Zeta hit.
Well, not everybody.
No, what am I talking about? Other Zetas, for instance.
Sure, of course.
A situation where somebody is trying to show that, hey, I fixed the problem, so don't blame me about it anymore. They would leave a sign at the scene as a calling card.
I don't think that has anything to do with being blamed. I think it has to do with being wronged. they don't go kill people because you're blaming them. They go kill people. The cartels kill people when they feel that they've been wronged, okay? Or if someone pays them, then they might do it because they were indirectly connected. Maybe the person was selling drugs that originated from them, so they may get involved in something like that.
But they would leave their call signs so anybody who sees it would know that they're the ones who've committed the crime.
Anybody involved in the underworld.
Do they admit that they commit the crime? The individuals who commit the crime go out and brag about it?
Well, I'm sure they brag about it if you read the Wolf Boys, they used to brag to each other.
To each other?
Yeah.
They don't go knocking on law enforcement's door saying, hey, I did it, do they?
No.
So if the Zetas were to look at these crime scene photos, they would see that it was a Zeta hit.
I'm sure they would, yeah.
So there'd be no reason for somebody to go around and say, hey, I'm the one who did it, and tell that to law enforcement who somehow publishes out there, because there wouldn't be a need to because the sign is in the photograph.
Well, I couldn't say that because I don't understand. I don't know why somebody would do that unless they were indirectly involved or directly involved. So.
But they wouldn't need to do it because they've left their sign.
The Zetas left their sign. But the other guy, whoever he is, if he's not involved with the Zetas, has nothing to do with him. He's not a Zeta.
He's not a Zeta, so he's not involved in it.
Well, he's not involved in the actual killing. He could be involved in other ways.
Now, you say the shovel is the sign of a calling card because it was not used during the commission of the offense, and that it was laid beside the body to show this is our handiwork.
Yes.
And it was against the wall?
What's against the wall?
Against the wall next to the body?
I think it was against. I think it was against the wall. I don't remember specifically, but I think it was the picture that I saw.
Doctor, what's your date of birth?
4/15/1951.
No. No further question.
Thank you.
Redirect.
When there's an existing drug trafficking organization that involves Colombian Mexican cartels, if somebody who's a part of that drug trafficking organization brings in someone else who ultimately ends up ripping off somebody that's a part of that, who is responsible for that?
The person that brought them in.
And if the person who brings them in doesn't take care of it, what happens to that person?
They kill him.
No further questions.
Any juror have a question of this one? All right, you can step down. We need to keep him further. No, you're right.
Okay, thank you.
You need to, are you excused? Call your next witness.
Just on the defense of Paul, Mark Lewis. I mean, it's just approaching you can all these.
You can see, you remain under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right there. Nate, on this side of the fire.
State your name for purposes of the record. I know you've testified once already.
Yes, Your Honor. Mark Lewis.
May proceed, Mr. Prince.
Thank you, sir. Investigator Lewis, at some point during the investigation of this case, members of the Tallahassee Police Department, forensic team and investigators responded to Jack McLean Park, correct?
Yes, sir.
Inside Jack McLean Park, kind of at the back of the park, if you would go off to the right instead of going straight by the pool and all that, there's a bathhouse, right?
There is.
And a pavilion, like a picnic pavilion back there as well?
Yes.
And this was what, like 5, 6, 7 days after the murder? You guys responded there?
I know it was after the homicide. I can't tell you exactly. I want to say about a week or maybe a little more, a little less. Somewhere.
Okay. And who all went out there?
I know it was myself, Investigator Corbett, Investigator Dubrava.
And then forensic people as well?
Forensic person there, yes.
Okay. And y'all discovered a trash can containing multiple items that had been burned up, correct? Or had been on fire to some extent?
The can was on fire, the items were not.
Okay. Did it appear that like the top of the bag and the top of the items on top inside the trash can had been lit on fire as well?
If I can, these are pictures I would need to reference it, if that's okay.
Yes, sir. For reference, he's picking up what will be Defense Composite Exhibit 9A through EE.
I see the can that you're talking about, sir.
And so it looks like it was set on fire?
The bag looks torn, but I guess.
And you all did determine, in fact, that it was there was ash and singed items and all that. Okay. Inside the trash can, there were a number of items located. A T-shirt that had suspected blood on it. Is that right?
Yes.
And you have that item there as well, correct?
It says a white collared shirt.
That's one of them, and then that other bag next to it.
White T-shirt with suspected blood, yes.
And that was recovered from inside the trash can?
Yes.
And similarly, the collared shirt was recovered from inside the trash can?
Yes.
And then there were a bunch of latex gloves that had suspected blood on them as well, correct?
Yes.
And another set of gray gloves that had suspected blood, correct?
I don't see the gray gloves that you referenced.
In the pictures, you mean?
I don't.
One of those exhibits there has all those gray gloves in a single evidence bag. Can you look at that and let me know which TPD number that is? I think it was 12A. Maybe I'm wrong about that. So the gray gloves were 12A. You all just gave it a single evidence number for the gray gloves. And then the
12A is right here.
You see that?
Yes.
Okay. That was discovered inside the trash can as well, right?
Yes.
And then the latex gloves, those were TPD numbers 7A through 11A?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time,
without objection from the state, I would admit the pictures, which was pre-marked for identification, is Defense Composite Exhibit 9A through EE. Defense Exhibit number 22, the white T-shirt. Defense Exhibit number 23, the white collared shirt. Defense Composite Exhibit number 24A through E, the latex gloves. And Defense Composite Exhibit 25A through F, the other gloves, the gray gloves from Jack McLean.
Second. No objection, Your Honor. All right, they'll be admitted.
No further questions for the witness.
Rob? Yes, sir.
Officer Lewis, you testified that law enforcement officers responded to that location about a week after the homicide?
Correct.
Fair to say at that particular time, you're doing everything, forensics are still out saying you do everything you can to track down anything that may possibly be related to this particular homicide?
Absolutely.
Isn't it true that during the course of your investigation, subsequent follow-up, you determined that those trash cans in that park was cleaned up on almost a daily basis?
That's correct.
So subsequent to that, you would have learned that something that was found a week later really would have no bearing at all on the homicide itself?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Investigator Lewis, you never called anybody from City of Tallahassee Parks and Rec to find out if those trash cans were actually changed out, correct?
During that time, I did not.
Your testimony is based on your experience. You believed that the trash cans were changed every day, right?
It's my knowledge that they are, or supposed to be.
They're supposed to be.
Yes.
Now, this was Thanksgiving week, right?
I guess so.
And how far roughly was Jack McLean from Brandi Peters' house?
Relatively close.
Okay, like a quarter mile, maybe less?
Never tracked it out, but it's close.
Something like that, roughly?
With a quarter mile, half mile, somewhere like that.
Yes, sir. No further questions.
Okay. Any juror have a question? All right, you can step down. Collect those items. Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to stop it there. There's one more witness, but that's like another 10 minutes or so, and we have some things to do before Jules at 6 o'clock. We're going to have Jules on again, another Jules Investigates, and she's going to be talking about Greg Anderson. You guys do not want to miss this because it's going off the rails real fast. So I want to finish up with Henry Segura here. We heard from... let's see. So Dr. Jesse De La Cruz testified, and so the biggest thing I found was that he basically said the thing was with the Ace of Spades. I was trying to figure out, was this the shovel, or was this an actual what do you call it, card? So what I found was this. He said that the shovel, which he kept saying a blade, or I'm sorry, what was he saying? A spade. He kept saying a spade. So to me, a spade means shovel. And he said it was up against the wall and there was no blood on it, which is false. And I found this. I not found it. I've been taking. This is why I take. This is why I take notes and screenshots. So just bear with me for a moment. Okay. Here is the shovel that he said was laying next to her. There's her body. Her body, you can kind of see her body next to the fallen tree. That shovel / spade is not next to her body standing up. Oh, Trial Junkies. I'm in the thick of it. Trial Junkies in the thick of it. Right? So he's saying he was told that this spade was standing up next to the body. It's not. It's laying on the ground. Furthermore, there was blood found all over that shovel. So again, he's just flat out lying. Because The Joelle Brown, who was the retired DNA analyst, there was blood on the shovel, top and back of handle. It matched Brandi's. Front side, front of blade, no blood. Top of handle, base of handle, edge of blade, back of shaft. All blood was found. You got to take notes. Got to keep these people on their toes. Trying to throw me off. Throw me off. Who was flat out lying? The Dr. De La Cruz. He said that the shovel was laying up, he said the spade. He kept saying the spade. And he's like, because that represents the ace of spades. So that's why I'm like saying, was there a card? Was it a playing card? Or was it the shovel? That's where I'm confused. So maybe he's not lying. I don't mean to throw him under the bus for that. But he's saying there was no blood found on the, hold on. So it was against the wall next to the body. You can clearly see that is not up against the wall. That shovel is not up against the wall. It's not even next to the body, to be quite honest. You see her body's over to the left of that picture. So anyway, that's what I got for that. The other thing I want to pull up is Mandy. You had sent some pretty cool stuff. Let's get to that. Mandy had sent, let me see if I can pull this up. Mandy had sent some of, all right, so this is, oops, sorry. So here's some of his offenses: grand theft. So he never once, he wasn't really involved with drugs. Remember he said, well, he didn't say that, but so Mandy found these for us. Let's see what else. So grand theft, unauthorized possession, use of driver's license, robbery with gun, threatened to use, fraud, robbery with a gun, threatens to use. So nothing about drugs. So he wasn't arrested for drugs. He had a unicorn horn removed. It does kind of look like it does. I know, I was wondering what that was myself. I was wondering what that was. So there's another page of his charges. We saw enough, right, Mandy? I mean, he's nothing drug related there. So, let's see. Anything else? A trowel, a spade. To me, a spade is a shovel. That's what I always thought. Whenever I heard, go get the spade, go get the. It was like it's like a little shovel, I think. Oh, Erica, what's going on? Oh, with your cat? Did you say you had to put your cat down or something? Yeah, I'm sorry if you, I think you said that. Yeah. Sorry, Erica. Mandy says he will be out of federal prison in 2 years. He will be up to no good. Yeah. You never know. Maybe he's turned the corner. Maybe he's found God. A lot of these people have, right? All right, do you guys have any widespread panic? A spade is like a shovel, but the blade is flatter and more narrow. Yeah, so that's why they kept saying there's the spade that was found next to her, and he's saying he saw pictures of it leaning up against the wall, which it wasn't. I didn't see any. Spade is another name for a shovel. That's the way so when he kept talking about spade, was it a card, or was it this actual shovel that was found there? There was blood found on it. Yeah, I'm sorry, Erica. Sorry for your loss there. Widespread panic. The shovel in the photo doesn't look like a spade to me. So what is the spade that they're talking about? Gordon says, dig with a spade, shovel with a shovel. Sounds about right. Curvio, I feel the found God thing is just something that they think looks good to the parole board and makes them look better to the general public. Probably. Jenny, yes. So we were watching Natalie Cochran earlier, and they ended early. We actually caught up, so we are now caught up with that. There's no trial on Monday, no live trial, so we jumped over to Segura, and we'll continue on with Segura day. We're going to finish up day 5, and we'll continue with day 5, and then go to day 6 with him, and then Tuesday we'll pick back up. Why don't we broom with the broom? That's right, we sweep with the broom. Trial Junkies United. Spade is considered a specialized type of shovel used for more precise digging tasks. Some use the terms interchangeably. Yes, I put a picture of it. I can go back to it. Let's go back to it. So this is what was found. They said Dr. De La Cruz was saying he found this. He said he saw it on the wall. I'm sorry. He said this. He kept saying spade. He never once said shovel. He kept saying the spade was found next to her body on the wall. You can clearly see that that is A, not next to her body, B, not up against the wall, and is that, I mean, it looks small, right? It looks pretty small. Lily Wayne says a spade is about 6 inches long, including the handle. A shovel is a lot longer. So that's what I'm confused about. Is that the spade or is that a shovel? What is the, if that's not the spade, then why are they, what is the spade? You know, what is it? I wish they would be a little bit more clear about that. Uh-oh, Krista, you got bonked out. Mandy says it was not placed next to her body. The witness reviewed the discovery's testimony was misleading at best. Yeah, that's, I'm not, Curville says that just looked like a gardener shovel as it is a shovel head with on a shorter handle, right? Let's just call a spade a spade. Well, these are these things. When he says no blood was found on it, well, that's not true. Blood was found on it. I hope there's a gardener on the jury. Yeah, I mean it's and was that used? Was that part of? Was that part? Is that what basically cleaved her head in? Capri Law, I totally understood leaving a sign or spade differently, but like it didn't have to be a shovel, just a sign. Right, so when they were saying spades, I thought it was a card. I totally get that, ace of spades. I mean, that's, to me, is like, yeah, but then they show this. I'm like, so are they saying that that is the spade? That's the sign? That's the, and I get that as well, but why not just call it a shovel and then say that could also be a spade, that could also be meant as a sign, instead of the spade was a sign, ace of spade, All right, so yeah, we're going to wind it down here, guys. Definitely check out Jules Investigates. We did one yesterday. Felt like it was months ago, but we actually did one yesterday. Greg's firing back. It's getting messy. If you guys care at all about the Maya Kowalski trial, it's really getting messy over there. So come check us out. We have a redirect, Now let's talk about corn rakes. Yeah, it's YouTube. It's just YouTube. They did talk about the floor being filthy, Curvio, that she had 3 kids, and the one DNA or crime scene analyst was saying, you know, they saw spots on the rug and it was brownish, but they thought it was just straight up mud. So, all right. He is the shovel slayer, and that is his calling card. Yeah, Curvio, that's true. All right. We will try to work on the emojis. We're not going to go more than 3, but some people are getting timed out for 3. So anyway. Trial Junkies United. Step for a bot must be having major issues. Someone needs to get her a heating pad and something for her nerves. All right, guys. I am going to say goodbye for now. Come check out Jules Investigates. She's going to be talking about now what seems to be the ongoing saga with Greg and Nick. It's getting really crazy. So thank you to Erin for doing everything she does. Thank you to our mods, Julie, an OnlyFan therapist who had a fantastic day today on her personal life. Thank you to Widespread Panic for joining us, Brat for joining us. I'm not sure if, Rachel B, if you were in the house, thank you. I'm not sure if you were or not, I don't remember, but Florida PI Sam and Jules, you guys are some of the best fantastic mods we have out there. So appreciate you all, appreciate the chat. Thank you for joining us for West Virginia versus Cochran, and then jumping over here with us. I hope you now join us for Jules Investigates, because again, it's getting really interesting. Yesterday we had about 75-80 people in the chat. Had a great conversation going there, so please join us over there. If you don't, have a great weekend. We're going to be off Saturday and Sunday, but Monday no trial, so we're going to pick right back up with Henry Segura. We'll pick up on continuing day 5 and then into day 6. Thank you all, and hopefully we will see you over at Jules Investigates. So until then, that starts in about a half an hour. I'm going to go take care of a few things, and we will see you over there. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Yeah.